3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the road to EWC. We're in phase 2 now, down to the last 4 teams looking for the last 2 spots. I'm Mitch. With me is Tom, and we're going to be looking at some of the best teams in VCT EMEA going head-to-head today in a double elimination bracket. Tom, how are you doing, first of all?
I'm doing good. I'm quite excited for what we're going to get today. Obviously, we've got some of the top teams left that have been going through that phase 1 versus the teams that managed to skip a little bit of a stage for doing well within EMEA. So I think, obviously, it's going to just be those last 4 teams playing through that double elimination with a lot of opportunities to play some best of 5. So I think it's going to be a great couple of days.
Yeah, as you said, there's going to be BO5s in play. Those will be the qualifying matches. But for now, we're starting out in the best of 3s. The teams that we've got are certainly some of the best that the entire region has to offer. They've been heating up. Some have run through phase 1, played a lot of games. You look at teams like Foot and KC. They certainly have their reps. And the others have been sat watching them, no doubt. Team Liquid versus Foot Esports and KC versus BBL are the quarterfinals that we start with. There is a lower bracket for these teams to run through, and as you said earlier, BO5s will be in play as well. So one hell of an exciting format for us to see these 4 teams battle through, and once they make it to the very end, they will be qualified to the main event.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that obviously these are the matches we've got and the times we've got them coming up in, but obviously if you're sitting there going, well, I was watching EMEA, Fnatic, Heretics, they did well, why are they not here? And that's because they've already qualified to the main event. They get to skip the stage. I guess Liquid were kind of the unlucky ones who make it to Toronto but don't make it to EWC, so they still have to play through this qualifier. Same for BBL finishing in 4th, and then as you mentioned, the other 2 teams actually had to play a qualifier all the way through every other team within the European region. So it's been a bit more of a draw for them, a trek to get here. But at the same time, for those teams, you're talking about squads that then they don't have an upcoming event to play. So they've got everything going into this cup, a good opportunity, a large prize pool. So I think that even though there'll be expectations on maybe those top 3rd and 4th teams making it through, I think things could get a little bit interesting here.
And of course, it was KC to go through that qualifier phase 1 in the top slot, only dropping 1 map, and it was to Foot. And Foot stepping over the corpse of Na'Vi to make it here. Who were making, they were making a pretty decent lower bracket run by the looks of it, but too little too late, unfortunately for them. Now we're down to these last 4 teams, and I think a super exciting set of matchups. Tom, is there one of these games that takes you as like the game of the day?
I do think Liquid versus Foot just gives me the vibe of a banger. Like I think that based on like what we've seen so far in EMEA this year, I kind of have expectations that BBL versus KC might be a little bit more one-sided. If BBL turn up, I think KC have been a little bit more hit and miss, whereas Foot on their day, I still believe can beat anybody within our region. And Liquid obviously have been doing fantastic, making both international events over in VCT, and I don't think they'll want to miss out on a 3rd one here. So I think that obviously the more sort of reps you can get in, the more opportunity is going to be great. And for them, they are now in that sort of practice zone for Masters at the same time while also trying to qualify to this event. So I think it's definitely going to be something they want to get to, but it might not necessarily be their focus right now.
Yeah, obviously KC have been heating up. They've been playing a lot of games in that phase 1 for BBL, sat back, but the brains of Mark New hard at work. We'll see if that's going to yield big results later on. Team Liquid versus Foot, though, will be the first matchup that we get to see. And between these 2 teams, I think you're dead right, Tom. It's going to be hard to split the hairs of this matchup. Really, it all comes down to what happens on the server. Foot coming in looking hot could decimate Team Liquid, but historically, that's not what we've seen. And I don't expect it to be any different here today. A good 3 mapper ahead of us to kick off the day. If it is a quicker game, though, do not fret. You won't have to wait until the listed time for the second game. We are running a rolling schedule here, so as soon as the first game ends, we'll be gearing up for the second, regardless of what time that's at. So very excited to see the game later on, but we may be waiting a while. I'm expecting a 3 mapper.
Well, I'm also excited to see what map pool we end up getting for this one, because I think last time when we saw these two teams play, Liquid came in with massive counters. Like, they almost built a comp directly to ruin everything that Foot were doing. They 13-1'd them on Lotus with 11 rounds on the defensive side. So they are a squad that when they have that preparation, when they have that little bit of extra time to put in, they can come up with some incredible stuff. I also think just in terms of form, like I was looking at this squad when they added in Serial, and my expectation was that maybe it wouldn't be quite as good. If anything, it seems like the vibes of this squad have been incredible. I think Nats has really started to get his individual form in line with being a leader, which sometimes people never are able to do that. In fact, I think you look through most teams where someone has been switched over to an IGL and it normally fails miserably. So the fact that we're seeing him in form, I think Camo has really started to step up. And then you look at the other side, and in playoffs at least, when you go back to VCT, Foot started to get back to the team that we know. Like, I think in the regular season, they were really disappointing. Like, it was not the squad that I was expecting from last year, but we started to see Ada Captain really come back. I think Yedajay had some good games, and of course, there's no question that Zeus is still Zeus. Like, I don't think anybody at this point who has watched any of EMEA is doubting that Zeus is going to be on the server today. And hey, you get the online matches, you get the Turkish players. You better be ready for some swings.
Yeah, I think towards the end as well, Krax was really drawing our eye again as someone that kind of fell off a little bit this year compared to other performances, but his KO as well was stepping right back up. And Zeus no doubt has that high ceiling, but it's been an issue of bouncing between there and the floor at times. And so we'll see if that's going to raise its ugly head again today, or if that online performance is going to come through for Foot. Again, you mentioned Serial, someone that has had, I suppose, shakier performances though at times online, especially compared to online. Again, you look at the caliber of opponents there, so maybe that's the difference maker. But then you even talk about the scrims, and people talk about him as a scrim demon. He's going to change the tides completely, come in like a tsunami, and it hasn't really washed away the competition in the way that we've heard. But now, back to comfort in the era of online. Let's see if which team can, I suppose, get the most juice for the squeeze out of this one. It should be crazy exciting to see these teams battle up. And like you said, I'm super excited to see where they take the veto. If it's going to be similar to what we saw last time with these two teams, or if there's some tricks up the sleeves of either, because we know that both of these coaching staff like to cook. They like to come in and surprise their opposition.
Yeah, it also becomes more interesting because those teams have sort of recently been countered. Like, the map that I would go to for Liquid almost every single time has been Split. I think they've been an incredible Split team all the way through the year. They barely had any defeats other than a defeat to Fnatic and a defeat to EDG. And then BBL countered the hell out of their composition, like running the deadlock in the stage, and made them look really foolish. Like, it was 2 rounds on the attack side. So I don't necessarily know if we're going to see that from the side of Foot, like risking running that composition when you don't know if Liquid are going to keep things exactly the same. But if that was to come through, if that map was to come up, if there was a squad that I think could run a deadlock and a sage, Foot probably fits the bill. Like, they definitely could run a sage. I think put Cracks back at a sage, I'm more than happy with that. But then Mr. Fallen on a deadlock is something that I think he was one of the first people to sort of pick up that agent within our region. So it does make me more nervous for teams' own choices at this stage. And then you even look at, like, for example, a Fracture has been incredibly good for Foot, but they haven't got too many reps on it. And the team they've mainly been beating are Vitality. And from what we've seen from Vitality, it seems like that roster has pretty much imploded. So it kind of begs the question of where do the strengths lie? I think the only other obvious strength would be Pearl for Foot, but they're not. There's no. I think Liquid should ban that out immediately. No, they've actually gone for the Lotus. Really? Liquid have banned?
Were they 13-1 before?
That must be backwards. That must be backwards. I do not believe that Foot have banned their best map, and I am going to go in my mind and say that that's the other way around, because otherwise I think we've lost the plot.
Yeah, that would be
Also,
very
Foot picking
strange.
split into Liquid. I think this is completely reversed.
I listen. I'm inclined to agree with you here, Tom. I think we flipped the order in our head. Maybe Foot have picked Haven, and maybe Team Liquid have gone for the split. Look, either that or there's like the craziest counters you've ever seen about to come into play.
Heretics smashed Liquid on Haven 13-3 the last time they played it. So if that's the map they've picked, and then their opponents have picked their best map, that would be crazy. Also, the permaban of Liquid has been Pearl because they've lost it 4 times this year and won it 0 times. So I'm going to go ahead, and I don't have any evidence to back this up, but I'm going to say that was a completely flipped veto, and just for my own sanity, because otherwise these teams really are just taking the piss.
Yeah, well, it would be something to behold. A gentleman's agreement. You ban our map, we ban yours, okay? All right? And we pick each other's. Let's make sure. Don't pull anything shaky on me. Oh, my goodness.
Then again, I wouldn't be surprised, because we know both of the team's managers quite well. It's possible they did that to troll us. Like that, there is a world that has happened. Probably not, because I don't think you'd risk what is it, $1.25 million prize pool off the back of your opponent being honest. But hey, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, I don't know what the relationship's like between Foot and Liquid. Maybe they're just that tight. Who knows? Who knows? But okay, so looking at the veto, Tom, is there any team here that you think has a massive advantage? I mean, again, I'm looking at that thinking we're going all the way to 3.
I would still favor Liquid. I think they had a team counter them on split, so they're going to be much more prepared for if Foot were to try and run a similar composition. I think they will have already been able to look back, see where it didn't work out. Like, I think BBL did an incredible job of sort of manufacturing something to beat them, but ultimately that map has still been impeccable for them. And then Haven, I wouldn't look at Haven and go, oh, this is the strongest map of Foot. Like, I think it can be decent, but I'm still not a massive fan of the composition they're running. It seems to run a lot on individual brilliance. Like, you're talking about running a chamber, which most people just don't do anymore. And then I think it's Cracks has picked up the Neon. He's had some pretty good games of Neon, but it's such an explosive composition that I think it can fail quite easily. The same can be sort of said from the other side, but I think like running that deadlock has been good for them. And the team that battered them was Heretics, and Heretics on Haven are the best team at Haven. So it's sort of like, for me, that doesn't really tell too much of a story. It's like, oh, you got battered by the team that have been the best team on that map, have taken someone else's comp and destroyed them with it. Like, it doesn't really tell a story. And each time Liquid get battered on a map, their coaching staff have done a very good job of sort of going like, okay, this is what went wrong. We're happy to let this go through again because we know that we can actually beat what's coming up against us.
Well, clearly a Liquid fan on one side of the park. I'm in full belief that this is going to be Zeus's best game so far. Cracks is going to come in and dominate.
Bold claim.
It's going to be. I'm seeing
like
37 kills. I've seen 37 kills by the time we exit map 1. And yeah, so look,
is that even
we have
his
at least,
most?
actually might not be. It actually might not be, to be honest. But yeah, I think this is somewhere that Foot will win for no other reason than I want them to, and I think that's good enough, Tom, to be honest with you.
You know what? It's always nice to have a split desk, isn't it? It's like
exactly.
It's nice. Like I'm hoping that we get a competitive game, but I do think that I've seen a lot more from Liquid this season that has impressed me. As always with Foot, if it's their day, if they play well, they can beat anyone. I'm not going to question that. I think especially on an individual level, this squad has so much depth of talent. It's just that a lot of the time we haven't had it all at once. And I think if you're looking from a strategical standpoint, or like even just a depth of agents or synergy and comp, I think that's where Liquid kind of have them beat. So you need those superstars on Foot if they're going to have an opportunity to win this one. But hey, like I said, for Liquid, this is obviously something that they're doing in between their preparation. So it might not necessarily be the most seamless tournament you've ever seen from them. So I'm interested to see what sort of level we get. But if they are up to the standard we've seen so far this year, hey, they are doing quite well at qualifying to events this year.
That they are. Yeah, it has. You'd feel awful foolish if you came into the year saying there's no way they'd even be top 6, wouldn't you? Luckily, I don't think there's many people silly enough to make those kind of statements out there.
People came at me for that. Can't believe it.
They did, didn't they? Well, you know what, Tom? You got to be right at the end of the day. And isn't that all that you could wish for?
I only put them top 6 as well. That's the crazy thing. I didn't even say they were going to, like, what they have done has exceeded my expectations. But yeah.
And you were called a madman for those expectations.
I was called a madman for saying they'd be top 6. And I think also that KC would be lower down, annoyed a lot of people. And yeah.
You knew what was coming, Tom. You knew what was coming. And I mean, just not a lot of people have appreciated that. You got a crystal ball that you carry everywhere with you, and you give that thing a rub. You can see into the future, Tom.
It is shining right now. The lighting is doing well.
Oh yes, a beautiful top-down light. It's like you're a disco ball, and it's fitting because we're about to have a bit of a party on the server. I can't wait to get into map number 1. I can't wait to get into this series and get our teeth into Team Liquid up against Foot. And I think that some of the things that you highlighted, players like Camo having these lights-out performances, that's going to be the challenge though for Zeus. Because as much as again we've talked about his ceiling and it is very high up, it's tough to reach, and for him it has been tough to reach at times. He's had shakier performances. If he comes in today and has that start of season form, if Krax isn't delivering the way that we saw towards the end of the VCT season, then it is going to be a very difficult battle for Foot to match up to what Liquid have been pretty consistently putting down. I mean, for God's sake, they've got someone like Kiko coming in. The guy was one of the most impressive duelists that we've seen, and now he's often playing on the smoke role and still putting up numbers. So, the depth of the bench there for Team Liquid is expansive, and I think that they have more consistently been hovering above, close to that ceiling. They're like your light dangling off the top.
I think the difference for me so far has been those supportive elements. Like I think at times it does feel like Zeus has like a mountain to climb. Like it's like, okay, this guy, like I think if you look at a map like Fracture especially, he just runs in and tries to dominate half of the map on his own. And when you look at someone like Camo, there is a full setup. Like Paditek, I think we haven't mentioned him enough so far in this sort of build-up, has been impeccable. Like whether it's his individual ability or just that same sort of level we saw when he was on Heretics, like having those incredible supportive flashes. When he's been playing the Breach, I think he's just been having a whale of a time. So I think that is the major difference for me with Foot and Liquid, is that I think if you put everybody in 1v1s, I think Foot probably win. But that's not how the game is played at the moment. There's so much depth of utility and strategy, and I think that is where Liquid have been the better squad, or better than most squads. And I think you look at then the teams that have been able to beat them so far this year, you're talking about squads like Fnatic, who have always had that depth of ability, and then the same with Heretics. And Heretics are also probably one of the only teams that can beat them man for man, pound for pound. You're talking about the likes of Woot and Riens and Miniboo. So it really has been an interesting sort of balance where Liquid have been able to sort of display that, okay, don't get me wrong, they still have solid individual players. Nats being Inform has been fantastic, but having those setups, having those counters, having those solid ideas have been incredibly important. And well, we are going to be getting into Haven. We have got confirmation the veto was backwards, so this is of course the choice of Foot.
That makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? For Team Liquid coming in, though, last time that they played against Foot, they absolutely destroyed them 13-4. And we're looking at pretty solid defensive sides previously, although more recently, Team Heretics have shown them what for. But this is what you were saying, right? Up against some of those teams like your Heretics, like your BBL, maybe they can taste defeat. But often, even in BBL's case, they lose once and then they come back lights out in the next.
This is kind of what I was talking about, though, when saying that when Liquid take a defeat, they are very quick to try and adapt and change what they were doing. Their last Haven comp, as mentioned, was the double Sentinel with the Teo and the Yoru, they've completely gone away from that. They've looked to match cracks on the Neon. They put Serial on Killjoy, which I think individually has always been a much more comfortable choice for him. The Teo has also been replaced by the Sova, which I think has always been a pretty solid staple agent when it comes to this map. So as said, like you come in as Foot, you look to beat them on maybe the way that their opponents were beaten before, and you're not playing the same composition anymore. Liquid have made changes.
Well, this is exactly what we saw, right? I was referencing the fact that BBL beat them, and then immediately we saw Team Liquid get back on the horse and take the victory against BBL in their next Haven game. That's where they debuted that double Senti comp. That's where they took out the Yoru Teho. So again, they lose, they change. That change was for BBL. Then they go into their next game and go, I guess we can run the BBL comp again. Like, that worked. You'll lose to Heretics. You get smashed by Heretics. Go, okay, there's clear weaknesses. Let's change again. Ain't nobody going to counter us twice in a row. And now we get a new face to them. And I think it was the first time that they've run Killjoy as well on this map this year. And I'm a big fan. I insta-lock Killjoy and pull that little Outlaw as well. Maybe play with the turret. I don't know. We could see it. We could see it. We're not going to see it. But I'm very excited to see what ideas they do have when it comes to Haven. As you said, this will be Foot Esports pick, not Team Liquid's. And that brings us back to normalcy as we get on into the game. Barriers already up and Foot on the attack.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the Viper's utilized. It's come in and out of fashion on this map at times. The double controller allows for a lot of delay, and for trying to almost just disrespect that delay, immediately running straight into the hands of Serial, and already that's going to be a double opener, but we mention his name plenty throughout the beginning of this. And Zeus has done well. How is Yetaje alive? I will never know. Desperately low on HP, and Patatek will deal with him.
Zeus is low, so he's going out for the aggressive play, catching them off guard for another, and his triple kill locked in. But the round is not. Camo still alive. He'll tap this spike now to draw them into a fight. He thinks Zeus will be the point of contact. In fact, it's going to be his opposition, his teammate, but Zeus stepping up with the 4K to close this one out. 1-0 in favor of Foot, and a wonderful display from Zeus, who we came in wondering, can he deliver?
Kills is on. It's on. He keeps 37. He should have died about, I don't know, 5 or 6 different times in this round, but it is just the individual brilliance of the Turkish superstar duelist. He was hotly contested at the beginning of the year where he was going to go. Rumors of Fnatic and other top teams looking to try and put the pen to paper. Foot were the ones to get it done, and honestly, he has not been really a problem for them at any stage. He has been fantastic all the way through. Now, Mr. Farling caught early, but you have to remember this is only going to be a light investment for the side of Liquid, a full gamble to the left side of the map, and, well, with A now completely open, it should be very difficult from this point onwards to get anything done.
Oh, yeah. They're running right back into the full body. You know, the Cypher setup covering your back as well. So no need for Foot to even have that man disconnected from the rest of the squad. Just checking the cam every so often. And they will have guns on the site aplenty. Diving out of heaven's not going to be an easy situation to find any sort of impact in. For now, just waiting for that utility to come back online. Even then, you see the reveal go through. Not much they can do about it. And I think they're starting to just approach this as a contain, right? You dive out, you're going to give orbs away. And so instead, you just try to make sure anyone who goes pushing gets caught, pick up some orbs for yourself, and then go down to the spike if necessary. Zeus, though, he has taken the fight to them. A Guardian dropped as a result, though. That's not bad. Well, actually, they're not going to take it, but it's just the damage on the other side as well. A weapon that's unrecoverable for Foot.
Yeah, for the side of Liquid, you end up obviously getting in with the Vandals and the Phantoms this round anyway, so saving the Guardian's not going to have too much value with the amount of credits you get lost. But yeah, the more damage done, the reduction of what will be the purchase coming in for this round is going to be far more important.
I need a drop.
Of course, Zeus is still going to have a rifle, but it is only a Bulldog. He hasn't been able to upgrade to the Vandal just yet, and it seems like the defensive side are going to look to challenge early. Although, immediately, the fact he has this ultimate online in round number 3 is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the 4K, the 2K alongside his is death. A couple orbs built up from that alone. And the site, well, not quite taken. It is defended well and truly by Team Liquid. As they take him down, walking through that wall was a death sentence. And a round on the board for the defensive side, an immediate response. I imagine, though, this is where, obviously, we can't see the economy in the way we normally can, but I'm guessing that Foot saved up a little bit there. There wasn't full investments across the board, and they'll be able to buy up here.
Yeah, that's the expectation. The only frustrating thing, though, is if you're struggling to entry in towards the A site when you have the dimensional drift online, that might be a bit of a telling sign for rounds to come, because that Viper screen is incredibly annoying when you're trying to make it into the site. Obviously, something that you can basically just hold off and put up exactly as they look to execute. A small amount of decay as well will help. And looking like re-aggression actually coming in from the defensive side. Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. It's Camo with a quick double. Almost loses his life in response on very low HP, but he will live a little bit longer at least.
A bit of a freeze in play towards A after that initial fight. They lose so many players on the attack side. Going to allow them to think that A is just being abandoned, creeping up after and sending Cypher on the other to play out that little bit of a lurk. Maybe draw their eyes. One pick here would be so valuable. It would send the rest of Liquid scurrying to the C site. It's EWC with that weight on his shoulders. Even now you can see that there is a free plant on A. But look at the ground that's being taken towards middle. Liquid were walking down on it. They've decided to back off. And it really comes down to how much can EWC do. He's not going to get caught by utility. He has got free reign to walk around. They're clearing garage now, not knowing that he's already crept through. They're a little late to the party. The problem is that it looked like Foot had made a mistake by going back to short. Captain's picked up a double, almost a third to follow. And well, EWC might not have any impact, but Captain's done it for him.
That's going to go through. He is. And Captain is waiting on the other side. What a round from Captain. I mentioned it at the top of the show that we have seen him have some weaker performances come into playoffs and then really step up when they needed him. That was a huge step up in this round. Another quad kill to add to the collection that Foot's already building.
That's actually unbelievable. The whole highlight of the show is, oh, well, Zeus's ceiling's pretty high, but it's hard to reach sometimes. You know, cracks can be great, and here he is on the Neon. Great opportunity for him to shine. And Captain, will he be able to deliver that same playoffs performance? Yes, across the board. Foot have come to play. They've come to win. Number 3-1 on the board. You can't even look at that as a map-specific thing. The way they pushed and pulled, the way that they had Liquid leave the A site, not that it was even necessarily under their control, just the fact that they read it with the freeze play and get the value from it. But the fact that they go back through short, have to go through a Viper's Pit. They're split. It's only Captain who has sights on those players coming out of spawn, and he manages to find 2. Unbelievable. But this time, he's been dealt with very early on.
That's your smokes gone. That's definitely not ideal. He was trying to get aggressive on a fight, and that's all this has really been, is 2 1v1 battles. Padatek wins his, Serial wins his, and we find ourselves with a 2-player disadvantage again for the side of Foot. But they managed to win the last one.
Yeah, never count them out. That's for sure, especially with, I mean, you're looking at Camo right now.
Oh, Bucky.
Got himself a Bucky and a Classic in hand for this fight. Padatek's not got much in the way of support, but here's the ultimate popped. Flash is good, but Camo's a little better. A clean pick onto Zeus and a 1 versus 4. Well, Cracks, you know what? There's been a few 4Ks. Could have been his moment to match suit, but it's not to be. A 3-2 scoreline. Team Liquid answering back early on.
Yeah, and it's got to be a little bit infuriating for the side of Foot, because as said, like, you come in with a huge weaponry disadvantage, you kind of spread the map in an attempt to try and find gaps, and instead you meet the couple of guns that are there. I think it was a Guardian and a single Vandal. I think maybe there was a Phantom for Nats as well, but you've then just given those easy picks away, rather than, I feel like if they group up and just hit one of the sites as a team, that could have been an incredibly different round.
Yeah, perhaps it could have. Oh, that stun has caught Camo as well, or at least blocked him initially. I don't know if he was planning to dive out of the window, but there'll be no such plan to work around this time. Team Liquid, though, have got the numbers in the right spot. They've read this perfectly. Again, playing so light. In fact, they're leaving A completely open. 4 players towards B, but those quick rotations possible. The C site can easily be pressured. Hunter's Fury put through early, Tom. And with the lockdown online for Team Liquid, that could be a big mistake.
Yeah, I think the problem is for Foot is their economy is in such a bad spot that they need the space more than they need it to disrupt this. They needed to hopefully find an opener, but getting into the site was the main goal. Instead, though, they're going to have to try and play this passive position. There is actually a tiny gap, but it's one that should be aware of. And there you go. Already, Padatek was spamming that box to get rid of cracks. And now the flank coming in from Kiko. And they seem a little bit disrupted by the fact that all of that utility's coming through. Kiko's done well, leaving 2 remaining low on HP. And with the spam already coming through, it should be easy pickings in the end. Still a costly round for the side of Liquid. But with the ultimates that were expended, they'll be happy to just take it over the line.
Yeah, but I think for Foot as well, like, sure, they did put their Hunter's Fury in, but the fact that in this round, the lockdown was used, okay, so that's not going to be something that really comes back to bite you in the next buy round. Hunter's Fury as well on the other side, like, they've traded out very well in some of those early fights. The fact that there was a reveal for Padatek, I think, changed the course of this a little bit. Cracks sort of being forced out of the corner that they pretty much knew he was in anyways, and he gets spammed to bits.
Hunter's Fury as well, so it was 2 ults on the other side.
That's why I think Foot are going to be pretty happy with trading out those ultimates in such an efficient way. Like, they used 1 of their own, but 2 on the other side. And they had a real chance to win the round as well. So, all in all, a positive experience for the attackers, I think. That, not so much.
Oh,
he's been wall banged.
Yeah, that was that. Either he jiggle peeked and that was just the spam, because that's in mid window. So like normally you'd spam a little bit deeper if you were just spamming the angle. Already though, into the site they go. Cracks has taken space underneath Heaven. And actually it seemed like that was a paranoia going through maybe from the defense, so they don't have it to play with on the way back in. Luckily Kiko is going to be able to find a couple, in fact, alongside Camo. They have pretty much cemented this round. Bear in mind, the spike wasn't there, Mitch.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen was the guy that was supposed to bring it after just spotting that there was no mid push, but that came at the cost of his life. Then you've got Yedeje super late because he's supposed to be lurking Garage or C. And, you know, the hope here is that they've rotated out of position as they had in some of the previous rounds. I don't blame him for still going for it, but it does not work out. A 4th round now for Team Liquid, the advantage in their court, and some of these early rounds for Foot have come off individual plays, and since then there's been promise. That low buy round where the Hunter's Fury gets them into C, where they still manage to trade out numbers and use up double the ults of their opponents. They come into this with 4 ultis of their own. Great, right? The economy's shaping up, but if they lose this round, then we're going to see this all start to slip away very quickly from that early control and chokehold that it's seemed like Foot had on this game.
Yeah, I definitely do think some of it's a little bit worrying, like, because that kill onto Mr. Farling came through quite early.
Seconds
and then the rest of the team still full executed into the A site. Like it seemed like there was a little bit of a disjointed manner in which that round went through, where the spike was never going to be onto that execute in time, and then so you gave a lot to Liquid to sort of be able to set up against the rest of the team while the time isn't even ticking in their favor. Obviously, I think you have to give credit to Camo, who has come out swinging. Like we spoke about that duelist sort of matchup, and obviously we didn't really talk about the fact that Foot have actually gone for a change of their own. They went away from having that chamber in play that they had done in the past and brought the Yoru in, which I actually really like for Zeus. I think it gives him a little bit more flair and makes this an even more explosive attack side comp. My worry, though, is if they don't get more rounds on the attack, I don't know if this is going to be a good defensive comp with a Yoru Neon defense. Like, it will, again, have to be very aggressive.
Oh, it seems like there's a clear favorite from Foot. They love that A site. Maybe Liquid are starting to read into that too. Even as the drone flies, there's 3 players on the A site. and 3 have been spotted on long. This is huge information. Patatek under pressure. The stun's got him, but Camo's got the side angle locked down. Cracks falls, and the side take. There's no one else to follow up on it. They're delayed. And at this point, I assume that was a stun from Camo that slowed them down. Where do they go from here? Not through the Viper wall, and by the time it drops, Liquid are ready to fight. They've dropped the spike. There's a flank coming in. And because they've lost their Cypher, they had no idea. Sure, Serial doesn't get his pick, but it's still a 4 versus 2 that they're left in. Big re-aggression coming out on long. Big play for Zeus. He's given them a chance.
Yeah, the problem is the HP. Only 5 remaining for Ada Captain. It would have to be the most immediate of headshots. Thankfully, Sirio isn't alive to activate that Nano Swarm, because that could have been enough to tickle him to death. But instead, he now needs to basically try and get aggressive. Find an angle where he can battle and brawl, where maybe he gets a bullet off before anybody else realizes. And I think he's just slightly missed the timing on the players making their way back through long. They're clearing everything as they go. The few deeper positions that could have been a problem for them. And now, well, it really is starting to diminish into very few positions that Ada Captain can be in.
Oh, they're not looking the right way, though. That's one pick. Time ticks away. One shot in return, and he is down. In fact, it's being stuck. Nats is sticking it all the way. He doesn't expect the swing from the low HP player, and he's gambled correctly. Another round for Team Liquid, so desperately close to another foot clutch. But in the end, it is still going to climb up in rounds for that defensive side. 4 in a row now.
Yeah, that one's definitely painful. I think especially, but you have to bear in mind that most of the round was favored to Liquid. It was only Zeus having a little bit of heroics in the middle of it that made that one even competitive. And that has what this game has felt like. You've had Ada Captain with a 4K. That's one of their rounds. You had a 4K come out from Zeus as well. That's another. It has been sort of what we mentioned, that individual brilliance. And the Kiko Camo show has been fairly happy to match them. The duo have been playing together in most rounds on the retake. This time, Kiko just pulls out the Outlaw, knows that they don't have the extra shields, and those are freebie kills for him. What?
Oh, my word.
He wasn't even aiming at Zeus.
That is, I mean, you talk about some of these rounds, some of these openings as being unlucky. You look at Mr. Fallen in mid-window a couple rounds ago. Zeus being dropped here, it's put a real spanner in the works. Even in a round like this where you've got weaknesses, he could be the difference maker. But the element of surprise of that A hit, it's not there anymore. Liquid are constantly ready for it. Viper wall goes up. Paranoia is not hit. And the TP is heard, dealt with immediately. Beautiful reposition by Nats and an execution from Team Liquid. This was looking like Foot had come to claim this map convincingly. They were 3-1 up. It was 4Ks from Zeus, Ada Captain, everyone lighting up the scoreboard. And since then, it has been nothing but a sea of cyan as the defenders get 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and then although you'll look at Nats right now at the bottom of the board, I genuinely think that this Viper wall he's been throwing down, even though it's been identical every single time, even though they've actually now switched their comp to have flashes, which is what I think that was the major sort of counter was, okay, they're going to be running a chamber and neon, so let's just run something that's really awkward and you don't have flashes. But they do have flashes, and it's still incredibly awkward to play against. They're really struggling to make it through this wall, to find Nats when he's there, but also when they go for these ASAT executions especially, we've seen the stall. It's one player in, it's cracks into the back of the site, and everybody else still stuck on the other side.
This looks like a great read as well from Liquid that the A site wasn't being taken.
7 HP.
I don't know what's given that idea away, but they've fully pushed up. They've got the info, and now the stack is in on the other side of the map. TP even being used from the shadows, but it's not necessarily needed. It's Foot being sent into the shadow realm as Nats picks up another triple. 7-3 now. And the defensive side, they've been ready for that A hit every time. The Viper walls made the difference, but this time it's the Viper himself that steps up to the plate.
No, this has been incredibly comfortable so far for the side of Liquid. Those early rounds seeming more like a blip, and I don't think it's been getting any better. Like, a lot of brute force rounds being attempted, trying to run through the utility of that double controller. And when there's any sort of level of confusion, that's where things go the other way. That's another opener for Kiko. He has been the bane of their lives in the early rounds, and he's just going to escape back behind the wall again.
Oh, the shock dart to eliminate Zeus. And the damage done enough to leave him vulnerable, and now a 3 versus 5. This is falling apart. It feels like every time Foot go to a site, Team Liquid are there, ready and waiting. They've got the read. That's creeping up. He's caught them on the run back. It's Camo with him. And he's even got a third player there to support. Patatek joining the fray, and the drone is sent through, catching one. The judge, not enough. A decent amount of damage dished out, it looked like, but as I look at those HP bars, Tom, they're all pretty healthy. And it looks like there's nothing that Foot can do to find even a semblance of hope in these last last 7 rounds.
Yeah, I think also just back to one of the original points, the difference in synergy. Liquid get those openers. They don't just sit back. They push us 4. They go, okay, we've got an advantage no matter who we fight against at this stage. Let's just roam the map and try and catch them wherever they go. They've been playing fantastically well. I think the calling's been good, but again, the leadership of just having that one piece of utility that seems to be a difference maker, and the goal on the other side is just keep running it down. Like, literally, the goal in this round was just, let's just run straight into Garage and hope we win the fight. That's not strategy.
Sleep, brother. Revealing area.
Well, it might not be strategy, Tom, but it's certainly not working. In the camp of Team Liquid, there is nothing but success. In fact, it's a flawless round to close out the half. They had Viper's Pit for a while. They didn't need it. And you got to look at that and wonder what was going on, first of all, in the camp of Foot, but secondly, in Team Liquid's calling. The reads were perfect. The one round that Foot didn't go A, Team Liquid had the read immediately, pushed up A, contained the space, used from the shadows to get to C, and there were 4 players on the C site by the time that Foot made that breach. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been an impressive display. Well, it seems like while we wait at the halftime, we're going to be going to a short break.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Definitely wasn't talking while muted. I, in fact, wanted that to be some dramatic silence. It's all part of the plan, I promise.
Man returns. He finally has control over his own sound. And
I'm a menace for this.
That's how long it took. About 20 minutes. Just like the first half. Very quick.
Yeah, indeed. 8 rounds in a row for Team Liquid. Now on the attack side. And look, it looked like Foot had no answers. They were 3-1 up. It was big 4Ks that got them there. And we could honestly be looking at a pistol round to send this to map 2 if it wasn't for those big individual plays. They'll need to find some of that flair again, and Zeus is the one to pick up the opening.
Hey, Timmy the Turret gave him the warning. About as much warning as you could get. And the shock darts from Mr. Farlin.
All right.
He is turned into Robin Hood in this round, just immediately managing to get a couple. Even still, though, you got to be careful. But Yedajay's position. Oh, yeah, I was about to say it should get him something, and in the end, he finds both. And an important round, a second pistol for Foot, as they will look to march forward into this second half.
Yeah, beautiful play. And a very much necessary round, but it's hard to keep hope at this point. The reality is, it was a 3-1 start, and look at that timeline. Just a streak of attacking rounds coming through from Team Liquid. Defending rounds even. Now they're on the attack. But yeah, I'm a little bit hesitant to find hope again in this Foot performance. But perhaps they can stoke the flames. It doesn't look like a great start with Zeus down. Oh no, the follow-up as well. Is that the recovered weapon that's being put into use? Either way, it's working wonders.
Oh, Cracks has had a mare. He's had a mare. He's run out of bullets. And the second he has, they run straight through. Camo just taking names. 4 off the back of that Guardian. Well, that is a bleak way for this to... I want to say it's almost done. Like, that's got to be brutal. And it comes off the back of, like, sort of the misdirection you can have from that Viper wall. It's such a common thing. Whenever we saw Viper played on this map, we see that A-side wall because it allows you to cross, but also makes it very awkward for the battles for any players who want to be around that angle. Same as reclaiming that space on the retake. That couldn't have gone much worse, though, with Zeus gifting the gun. And now, well, they're going to try some shenanigans of their own, a mid-walk for the defense.
This is disastrous, and I think you can see the reason for the hesitation to believe in the resurgence of Foot here. This map has felt so convincing for Team Liquid. Again, there is a lower bracket to work at. We're only in map 1, but we're talking about that because next up will be Liquid's map pick. And the resurgence will have to be godlike from Foot. As here on the map that they wanted to battle Team Liquid on, it is not looking good. 11-4. Attack side, having Camo light up like that. He was good in the first half. He's still here, still present.
Maybe it's just like a top 4 advantage where Liquid actually get to pick both maps. Just for the reference, that's not true.
No, that's a fabrication. But looking at the scoreline
right now,
yeah.
Or maybe the veto was just correct. Who knows? It's what we do know. I know, but
Go.
I'm trying to find the silver lining here because right now it's not a lot.
Every cloud has one, they tell me, but this one's just looking,
dear Lord,
pretty dark and dim. Oh, goodness.
That was the Foot strategy as well. Just send in Zeus. Well, they've done the same on the other side. Just send in Camo. Both openings of not only the player on the C site, but also the player trying to rotate in. That's the round done. Oh, well, it was. Not sure. That was actually towards spawn, but even still, just with the amount of time, amount of angles that have to be cleared, ultimate online for Camo. Do you even want to go for this, or do you want to just play? But then you're playing 8 rounds in a row, which, hey, that's a bold thing to try and do.
You know it's bad when their post plant is 2 players deep in their spawn. Like, you kill one outside C long, and there's one outside window. Like, Team Liquid are not feeling even in the slightest pressured, and if this was their map pick, it would be different. You'd imagine that all the preparation went into this. But that first half, if anything, you saw Foot come in to try to deal with what Liquid are bringing to bear and try and fail. 8 rounds in a row needed now. The most they've managed so far is 2 in a row, and that was the pistol with the follow-up.
Pause ever known to man. Geis, to get his team 8 rounds in a row, has taken a pause.
Minnie's quaking in his boots right now.
What do you think Geis is saying? Do you reckon he's standing up and holding his chest? Do you reckon he's pleading? Do you reckon he's frustrated? Or do you reckon he's chilling.
I think this would be the lowest energy coach cam you've ever seen in your life. I think this is past pleading. This is just like I reckon he looks defeated right now.
Yeah. He's gone through the stages of grief and he has reached acceptance. He started off at denial.
All right, guys, this is gone. This is gone. Just next map, don't do any of the things we did here and we're going to be fine. I think that's where we're at right now. I think really what you can look for in these moments, 8 rounds in a row, you got to chop it up into round by round, and also think about the fact that there's a series to be played. You got to have individuals feeling that little bit more comfortable. You got to put the power back in their hands, because if you're starting out the pistol in the next and you're feeling this defeated, the momentum is still so firmly in favor of Team Liquid, that's a dangerous thing. Dangerous set of circumstances. They've got the right read here as well. Good reaction on the early mid play. A lot of space taken. And 3-man rotation around to the seaside. I like what I'm seeing from Foot.
Well, right place, right. Oh, maybe not right timing. That drone going through could leave some problems, but it's allowing some spams. Those spams are not connecting, though. Zeus, however, is already managing to get 3 kills in this round. It's been 4Ks from him that have won them, at least a couple, and it's another 4K to add to the already growing Zeus collection.
As I said, get those individuals a little more comfy. Start to feel like you've got the read, that you can make those reads.
17 kills, and they have 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's not pretty. I think I've seen this in some of my ranked games, and it's normally where the neon in this situation would start screaming at you that you're not using your util correctly. 12 to 5.
I didn't know you played neon.
Wow, no, I don't, Tom. I don't. That was very rude. 7 rounds in a row now. Still possible for Foot. We want to see that confidence, but again, a lot of that early rotation came off the mid space they had, came off the sound they heard, and there's an immediate counter from Liquid.
Zeus is dead. I hate to be that guy, but I think he has 17 kills. The next guy has 7. So if we're going off pure statistics, odds are this is where the map ends.
Well, hold on. Hold on now, Tom. Hold your horses and hold them tight. Okay. Captain got a 4K when Zeus fell after his 4K, right? That's the reason they were able to string rounds. Have a little bit of a heartbeat in that early half.
So you believe that they're going to win this round?
I believe if Captain gets a 4K, they'll win this round. That's what I believe.
Well, those are pretty low odds. Well, one in 17 so far. You
know what Captain's saying right now as he comes into heaven? He's saying,
timing for EWC.
Don't ever tell me the odds. There's one. It's not going to be a 4K.
How's he got both?
Oh, cracks as well. They've stepped up to the plate when needed most. It might not be the 4-piece for Captain, but it's the next best thing. Oh, maybe it's not. EWC needs to step up a little bit more. Captain's got one. Serial, the last man standing. He's down to his classic. Is he out of ammo? Yeah, they know where he is now. They've heard the step. They've heard the weapon drop, and Captain drops the final player. Between himself and EWC, a 4-piece pickup. And the hope for Team Foot, not dead just yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised. So EWC gets into a position where he's in between Nats and I think Kiko, which I don't know how he's managed to thread the needle so perfectly to get into that spot. Obviously, that's the difference of no longer having that Cypher in play. Is you're not going to have those additional trips, the cams. But even still, just the fact that he was able to get there, do the damage when needed, it's another onto the board for Foot, but they still need 6 in a row.
That's a good start. Not only is the Viper down, but Zeus has been able to pick up Nats. It's Zeus firing off. The C site under pressure. Captain the one though, waiting on the other side, himself and Camo. About to have a head-to-head, but he's tucked in the corner. He's buying a bit of time as the rotation comes in. Cracks is now on the scene. Captain isn't. He's been deleted. Cracks luckily able to at least get the trade, but the numbers thinning out as Zeus falls. So too does Yedege. The B site now open, the plant coming through any moment now as Patatek picks up another on C, and Mr. Fallen's left scratching his head, wondering where that spike is going. There's players on C, on B, and the plant is on A. Full control for Team Liquid, and they will hammer home this victory 13-6 on Foot's map pick. That is a statement of a start to this series.
Incredibly comfortable stuff. Like it seems from, other than like the pistol and follow-up rounds, it seemed like they were very, very comfortable all the way through this map. You had Camo popping off, having an incredible performance, but there was depth. I don't think there's a single player that had a poor performance across the Liquid side. The composition they ran with the Viper, especially on that defensive side, it just looked impressive. And as I said, I believe that was more of a counter to the comp that was being run by Foot before. They changed things up to a comp that actually should be able to deal with it, having those extra flashes, and they still couldn't deal with it. It just shows the testament of the strength of Liquid and their adaptability. And if anything, with Split coming up next, Mitch, I'm pretty nervous because they recently lost on Split, so the chance is they probably adapted there as well.
Yeah, this is, we came in today talking about this as the heater of a matchup would be this one here. The 3-mapper, the one that would push the schedule back or maybe just keep it on time. But in fact, I'm glad we've got a rolling schedule at this point because it's looking like it's going to be a 2-0 blowout to Team Liquid. Foot really not showing up to the party, considering they were 3-1 up to start this out, considering that one of the things we highlighted was, well, if Zeus doesn't have a good day, that's where the difference could be made, because him and Camo up against each other, that's going to be somewhere that he's tested, and he passed the test with flying colors, yet still no certificate, no step in the right direction there. And now it's Split up next. It is dire times for the side of Foot. Team Liquid looking good to claim this 2-0. We'll find out if that's the case after the break.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to see if map 2 is going to fare any better for Team Liquid, or for Foot rather. Hopefully it doesn't fare better for Team Liquid. It's going to be a hell of a quick series. We expected a 3-mapper coming into this, Tom. That expectation, I think it's fair to say, has been battered and bruised at this point.
Yeah, I would say you expected a 3-mapper. No, I'm kidding.
I expected a 2-mapper to Foot.
No, I think that honestly there was a couple of things. Firstly, I think the composition that Liquid came in with, they were super well prepared. I think Nats looked incredibly comfortable. Then you have both Panatek and Serial going flawlessly in opening duels. Like between them, 8-0 in opening duels. Like when you're up against Foot that are running a super explosive composition, you're never going to win the game if the players that don't really have like the utility to help them with openers are still finding all those opening picks. And you could see that at times. I think it was around number 3 or 4, there was like a cheeky couple of aggressive positions. Compositionally, this was the one map that, although Liquid lost in fairly dominant fashion, I didn't expect to see mass amounts of changes, and it seems like Foot won't either. They already played this map earlier in the tournament versus Apex, so the fact that they're sticking with the double duelist, I don't necessarily mind it. The problem though is they might run into the exact same scenarios they had on the last map, where you're coming up against that Nats defensive Viper, you've got the secondary controller in there with you, but now you also have to deal with the secondary duelist of Kiko, which at times makes things even worse.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you talk about the opening duels there for Serial and Patatek, and the reality is Cracks on that Neon every time he was sent in, and he was sent into his death a lot. When he went in, he had 1 opening duel that went his way out of 7. And it's funny because Panatek had the same amount of opening duels successfully found with a shock dart. So from that point, you kind of start to see where things fell apart. You could take any metric here, and Team Liquid exceeded at it. The early control that they had defensive side, they always had the numbers on the ground when it came to those pushes. Like Foot were being read like a book. And that's a big problem coming into the next map, because this is somewhere that, like we said, the first map was Foot's map pick. Now Team Liquid come in, and this is somewhere that they should be even more prepared. That is a scary thought. And realistically, with how we just saw the first go down, we need individuals on Foot to step up from barrier up. That's where most of their rounds were found, were these big 4Ks, these comebacks from Ada Captain and Yedije towards the end as well. And the pistol.
Well, and pistols.
Exactly. Both pistols going their way. Both follow-ups, not so much. And Ada Captain's down right away. Nice
Not the start they were looking for. Paint Shell will at least delay them a little bit, allows the remaining defenders to get into position, and they've lost all the fights. It's down to Zeus, it seems, again, to maybe be the savior of the day, but he is desperately low on HP. Plant already coming in. Mr. Farland's going to try and find a gap around the timing, and he is going to fail miserably. It comes down to this man once again, needs an ace just to get them a third pistol round, and well, this time Liquid will be the ones to get off to a strong start.
Well, it was much the same in half 2, though, of the previous map, where they came in and won a round with Classics, finding the opening duel, recovering a rifle, and Camo got, I think, a 4K. Now on the Yoru, somewhere that I think it's just going to be so much worse to play against him on this map in particular. The fact that he can constantly get past that utility that blocks, get behind you, and have that little bit. I mean, not to say that Neon doesn't give you movement, but Yoru's movement can be much more, much more easily. Fourth time lucky, that's what they say. Catch you off guard. And yeah. I think that this is somewhere that Foot are going to struggle. We want to see them find that early success. And well, numbers certainly looking good, but the weaponry, it's all Classics for this side.
And for now, at least, Liquid have thrown in some utility into B-main and then gone completely silent. The goal to maybe try and get somebody to overface, to overpeak. Already, though, they're going to know that there's players in the corner, so that teleport is not going to be taken. And the nade has done an incredible amount of damage. Caught them at least a little bit, but that weaponry is still a huge vulnerability, and it's the same sort of play as before. I really like this from Liquid. They keep just picking a point of contact and just going as a squad. They just go, okay, 4 of us are going to push this angle. They cannot kill 4 of us. And in most cases, they're right. It's at times, it might come across as like, okay, this is just basic, but I feel like a lot of teams overthink a lot of these attack side rounds on split, whereas if you're pushing as a unit, most of the time you're at least going to get yourself the spike down, and on these sites where it can be quite difficult to retake, that's actually okay.
Yeah, really impressive as well, as you pointed out, that we had Foot waiting with numbers on site. They were waiting for the TP to be taken, and Team Liquid don't take it. They're not falling for the bait. A great read on what was going down on the other side. And the reveal towards the back of side, I think, was even broken by players on the site. So Spidey senses on another level. Great pickup by Serial as well. This attempted aggression on mid sees players there. They're not going to go into B main after the last 2, and so they send a player to walk up A, take that space. Well, Serial is waiting, picking them off, and now they're spread thin.
This also goes back to what I mentioned before, though, about Zeus taking a lot of fights where it's just solely reliant on him. Like, there was nobody else even remotely close to trade or give him util. That was just Zeus fighting, and when he loses, it doesn't go particularly well. Camo's already in behind. I don't think they've paid attention to the TP, maybe expecting him to have faked it. The thing is, though, the rest of the players on site have actually done quite well to trade, keep that one even. The problem, though, already having that man disadvantage, and well, Mr. Fallen about to be in a world of trouble. His position should immediately be revealed, and Serial's not giving the game away. Happy to just play off the back of the time. Eventually, though, will go for the swing, and now Foot are back in the round.
Yeah, back in with a chance. Patatek down below. He's got the support as well. Camo's there behind him. They'll swing, but no, it's actually just one. Camo stays tucked. It's a mistake. It gives them a chance here. The snakebite blocks off this. They know that he's around this side, and they'll face him with ease. Foot right back into the round and finding success at 2-1. Still, it's made incredibly close. This is a round that very much, I think, should have went to Team Liquid. Looking at that 3v2, looking at Serial's position, he just gets a little bit over-eager, but a good recovery nonetheless.
I also think there was just a mistake on the haunt, because I think that was a moment where it looked like Camo was supposed to be the one to shoot it, because Patatek didn't want to give away his position. I don't know if Camo thought the same of Padatek, and then neither of them shot, but they both got revealed. And that makes things quite a bit easier for Foot on the retake. Well, there's one behind the box and one backside. Let's isolate the one behind the box. Just a small blip, but both being revealed and given trails, it doesn't get much better on the retake for Foot.
They've used Paranoia already to take B main. Didn't find success on the A push, and mid is being occupied. So it makes sense that they want to commit elsewhere. Valuable piece of utility gone for the late round. Yedege lets the clone go right past. Cracks, waiting inside the smoke. Now's his time to strike. He gets caught! He gets caught on Camo! He went running into a crouching player, couldn't get through the smoke, and then gets deleted as a result. Oh, that's a disaster for Foot. They had the right idea, but I mean, there's not much you can do to account for that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, especially after finding the opener. They've now had to give up the B main control they had. It's something I quite like to see from a captain. I think he's very good at holding onto that control, but when you're already a couple of players down and a lot of your mid control has dissipated, just having that sight might just hold a little bit more value. The reveal also just dodged, and now, well, Mr. Fallen's going to go walk it into the firing squad. It's the same again from Liquid, just grouping up as a 4-man death ball, just running in towards the site as a team. They know that Captain's going to be around here somewhere, and Camo is just firing today. Another triple kill to add to the collection, and well, Zeus, he's been that solo A defender for the entirety of the map so far. And, well, what do you even do at this point? It's much more valuable for him to have a hero rifle for the next round.
Oh, most certainly the right call to carry this through, but it's got to be painful. Seeing these rounds slip away. And I think as well, just looking at that mid fight, you know, I think once they realize there's a player on that other side, they try to spam him, but, well, of course, player's crouched. Bullets go over his head. They instantly spin around and take that fight as a unit. Liquid getting away with murder, and I think it would have been Camo that would have been dropped. He's the one they ran into. Goes on to have a huge mark on the round and has just been so impressive. Like, all series long, he's been there. He's been active. We've seen him at times, and especially you look at that first map, how many times did we see Zeus go in for the fights? Zeus gets sent in to try to deal with them and fail. And, you know, at times we're even criticizing, like, it doesn't look like it's the best plan, really. And then Camo does it. 4K. 4K. It's just lighting up the scoreboard. It's a different story altogether.
Yeah, no, I think we look back to sort of kickoff and the beginning of stage 1 in VCT, and Camo was pretty underwhelming. And then you look at the last couple of months, and the guy has been in impeccable form. Like, he has been playing so fantastically well. You're seeing him so, I guess, put into all of the different setups of this Liquid side, the utility that's there to support him. But even when it isn't, like, a lot of it comes down to, like, I think back to the round on Mirage on C, where he just runs in and immediately domes 2 people. And you might think, okay, that doesn't have anything to do with the util or the strategy or anything else that we're talking about. But it's the faith he has in his teammates that even if he dies, it doesn't matter. And I think that's the difference maker. It's just that he can go and take these huge risks and do ridiculous things when you know you have players to back you up.
I love that little hint of CS Caster breaking out. You just called Haven Mirage. That's that's yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I was like thinking back to Mirage. Hold on, wait a second. What? How long are we thinking back here, Tom?
I was reading something earlier about, like, maybe someone will finally remove that map, and clearly it got implanted into my brain. There you go.
I was very thrown off. I was with
I'm
you,
not
though.
used to being up this early, you know. It's only 1
Seaside
PM.
on Mirage. They really, CS changed a lot since I was last in it. Oh my goodness. Well, this is okay. A bit of a resurgence. We had a small tech pause there. My house didn't turn red, so it felt a little off. And it now looks a little off as we get back into things. This Team Liquid are falling apart at the seams. Padatek, the last man standing, 1 versus 4 with a rifle in hand.
I'm just going to defuse.
They are. There's nothing he can do about it. And only the one to be picked up. Rifles to be recovered as well for Foot. And, well, that's one way to get back in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that what the tech pause was for, but I don't know if everybody just seemed to, like, they've turned their monitors back on. I'm not sure, because that was just ridiculous. Just making it work off the back of the pistols. We mentioned it that in the last map, that was where their last map of Haven. Haven is a map in this game.
It is. You're right.
It is. Deep analysis coming in here. But yeah, it's something that kind of came out of nowhere. We haven't really seen them go towards this A site too much. A lot of it has been mid and B pressure. It seems like Liquid are going to double down, though. You lose a round on one side of the map. The expectation is that, okay, they're probably not going to go back and go this direction again. So they've decided to go back and go this direction again.
A flash from Camo. He's on his way for another opening pick. Mr. Fallen and EWC. Oh, wow. When Camo has his crosshair anywhere near you, it's going to be a clean sweep of a round for Liquid. Oh, even the third pick up towards elbow. He might be on for the ace here. 8 bullets, no reload, and, well, no chance as Cracks catches him off. A 4v2 and a difficult recovery now for Foot.
Cover going down.
I'm not sure if there's a way back in. 2 players still deep within main, the other 2 just waiting close.
Last player standing.
And a captain will at least be able to clear 1, but then Nats gets the remaining 2. And I'll say it again, like, just this round, okay, sure, there was a few supportive pieces of utility, like the Astra pull to the back of site to help out a little bit, but the majority of that was just Camo going in with his ultimate and taking individual fights and winning all 3 of them. Like, that's absurd. 11-3 at the moment in the server. Seems like nobody could even get close to the level that he's currently putting up, and already 4 rounds on that attack side. At least the economy of Foot should be decent because they won that last round with pistols. It should mean that they have a purchase into this round, but when they don't have the right players in the right place, it seems like their attempt at retakes is not going great.
Well, they almost had Camo down and out of this round, and that would have been a godsend of an opening pick. But even with a sliver of HP, you have to be terrified of what he can potentially do. Viper wall up, he's walking through. That's a bold play. He was already tagged heavily, and he just goes walking through the Viper wall, expecting them to have fully rotated off this mid contact, but it's not the case. Or at least to have given him that bit of a gap. Maybe just expecting that he'd rip the head off anyone that faced him, and so far, you know, I can't really blame him for that take.
Well, Pandatech thought that he could be a little bit sneaky. That's going to pull EWC back over to the A side of the map. A lot of players in the right place. And with Showstopper available, Dimensional Drift as well, like, this round should go the way of Foot, but that's not a bad start. Here comes that Showstopper straight through the smoke, and it hasn't quite connected, but he's found Kiko instead. And the spam back through actually gets rid of Pandatech, leaving 2 players standing, but one of them, well, I guess more so limping. This is not going to be easy.
No, they've got the good positions as well. Up in heaven, ready to swing on contact of Zeus, or maybe not ready at all. Luckily, EWC is able to fly under the radar and take down 1 before falling. 8 seconds. Plant needs to be found. Serial desperately low. No time to get this pick and plant. And so the round is already done, even as Cracks fires his final shot. 3 on the board now for Foot. The defenders creeping up on that scoreline Team Liquid put to play early on. And this is a better flavor. I mean, we've seen 4-3 was the exact score that we got to witness on the previous map, but it's the fact that Foot are battling back and forth in rounds. It's not an injection of rounds off the pistol and the follow-up. They're making this competitive still.
Come on, let's go.
I'd say as well that from what we've seen over the last few months of play, a lot of the time it is going to be those attack sides where Liquid really do thrive. So the fact that Foot are managing to go toe-to-toe to them on, if anything, their favored side of the map is definitely a good sign.
Cutting through. Here.
For now, at least, it seems like they're going to go back to what has worked. These B-site executions have definitely been the favored of the 2. The TP is bold, and while it hasn't worked out, but well, I was going to say there should be the trade, but never mind. Cracks has defended his teammate, kept him standing, and looking like a scoreline being equalized is inevitable.
Zeus desperately close to taking Serial, and he finds it in the end. Flash pops and player swings in. Yedijay's here to close out the round. 4th on the board, 4 foot. Not just battling back and forth like a game of tennis. Instead, they've now managed to put 2 in a row, getting a commanding early presence in this defensive side. And like you said, Tom, Team Liquid are to be feared when it comes to the attack. So far, in terms of rifle rounds, it's Foot that are looking like the better squad. And now the money of Team Liquid already pushed to the brink. There's light shields across the board for 3 players, I believe. But then you look at what happens if they lose this one. And there's a real chance for Foot to run away with this.
Well, they had to take a half buy in the last round just to get to this stage. Camo again, and it's just the trades back and forth. Only Zeus being able to put anything onto the board. And a captain's re-aggression, though. The timing onto Serial is going to be everything, but he actually corrects. He was claiming back his stars, ready for this execution in towards the B site. And instead, he manages to claim one and then claim a life.
It's Mr. Fallen left alive. 1v3. Give him a bucky, gets an ace. Give him a rifle. Serial's going to kill him anyways. Doesn't matter. 5 rounds for the attacking side. And a resurgence here. Zeus going in for that fight in middle. He's the one that's taking everything. But every member of Liquid stepping up to the plate and knocking this one out of the park. A timeout called in by Foot. And kind of surprising as well. You know, this was just a mid-fight that didn't work out. I don't think there's, you know, in some of the rounds where we've seen pauses, it's that the whole game plan isn't working. It's that the start of Haven, there were mistakes being made. Not mistakes that you can really excuse. And so we're calling this, but like, you know, Mr. Fallen being picked mid, and then they were still committing to a push through with no information, with no rotations feasibly being pulled into effect, just blitzing at a site with 3 players through a Viper wall also. And it didn't work out. You know, those panic timeouts make sense. This one here, I feel, is very proactive from guys, considering they've already got 4 rounds, and every time they've lost one, they've bounced right back. And the round they lost was just a mid-fight that didn't go their way.
Yeah, I think it's probably, though, just not being able to streak rounds together. And that's the thing, is like when your sort of upper bracket life will be on the line on your opponent's map choice, you kind of want to make sure that if you're having a decent half, which I think they are, that you actually come out with a lead. Because if they lose this next round, or they lose a single round, they're not getting a lead in this first half. And I think we've seen from this squad that at times, whatever side of the map it is, they can be that little bit extra shaky. Whereas for Liquid, this has been a comfortable map through and through.
Who's next?
Round 10 after the timeout from Foot. We've seen them make the right read again. 3 players here. Showstopper put into play, though, on the back of the information from Yoru, and Foot immediately just go running. It's the right call. What about a free pick otherwise? Just confirming that's a decoy. Definitely a wise choice. Viper's Pit. That's in play from Spawn. It's going to get close to the spike, but not quite onto it. Oh, in fact, I'm incorrect. It does cover it just about, so there will be some room to cause some mayhem. But with the Viper's Pit in return, the spams, as soon as you tap that, will delete you. They're going to need to clear Viper from Team Liquid out of that back site, and there's plenty of bodyguards watching for the push.
Oh, Camo's done well. Oh, sorry, Camo's gone down. Zeus has done well. Kiko with a response, but he'll also fall and be traded out. Still getting into this Viper's Pit. It's not going to be easy. Both squads on either side. Serial still stands, and Nats is at the back, but it's Patatek just spamming to try and help out his teammate. And as the trades go back and forth, it comes down to just one, but that one is Patatek. Mitch, the issue is that was both squads using basically everything.
Yep.
Like, okay, more was expended for the side of Liquid. I think they used all 5 ultimates, which is crazy. I don't think you're going to see that happen too often in a match. But what it's left with is still a couple of kills needed for the ults on the other side to come back up. So this round, with a few vulnerabilities, If they win it, they've won the half. And for Liquid, that's all they really need.
But this is the problem, right? As soon as Nats put that pick up, I'm thinking that's an attacking round already secure. All they have to do, which, you know, I wish someone could tell my ranked teammates this, is play in front of the Viper. Guard the Viper. And at that point, the round is done. They get every one of your teammates has an easy fight onto your opposition. Opening pick for Zeus. Ramp. Already spotted. There's at least 2 players there. They've got that info to work with now. And the rotations are coming in. No need to overextend either with the man advantage. This is set up well for Foot.
Yeah, especially with Cracks being desperately close to his ultimate. But Kiko starting to come alive. Had a quieter start to this map, but him doing well on the raise. He also knows there's a player around this corner, but doesn't want to overextend. Also being pulled back at the same time into this 3 versus 3. Serial on the site has heard everything, but it's all just a ruse, and he gets nothing for it. Showstopper now available as well for Cracks, but he's low on HP. Padatek left in a clutch scenario, but he doesn't know Mr. Farlin is still sat above. It will be a 5th round onto the board. And now those ultimates do come in firmly in favor of Foot because they won without using either of them.
Yeah, I think a From the Shadows even going to be online, so 3 ultis to fall back on. Woo! Zeus 1 away, 1 pick, and he'll be able to get all the information that they could need. I mean, this is a perfect setup for that defensive side. And again, I like the fact that we get opening pick, Zeus TP's out, and there's no further aggression until that top ramp play. And I think Yedege was a little bit ahead of the curve. He was a half second too early swinging out. Zeus was too far behind, couldn't get the trade quickly. Couldn't take the fight with him, rather. Had to take the trade. And that's all he got, was just 1. It evened the numbers, it gave them a chance, but the recovery was there in the end. Now, 1 round left to play for in the half. 3 ultis, and that showstopper, it's going to be the thing that draws our eye. Might even wait, though, to see... Well, never mind. I was going to say to wait, see if Zeus gets his ult. Use the showstopper with info. That's no longer possible.
Yeah, losing the battle to Nats and actually losing a lot of ground in general. Vents control has gone in the other direction. I think Mr. Farlin having to reposition just to make sure that that spot isn't completely lost. And I don't know if he'd be expecting to come up against a judge in this spot. Also, Mr. Farlin only on a stinger for this round, which when you consider they won the last, it doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense that their economy is so bad. But clearly that's where he's been left. From the Shadows utilized to clear out that B main spot. So that's going to give extra information, which Foot, to be honest, desperately needs. And now Nats being spotted, Nightfall used to delay. The whole goal is to try and get players in position, but they got to be careful. This is where that judge is waiting, watching, and the second they get that pick, they are off in the other direction.
You got to be a brave man to play the Outlaw when it comes to this map. It's somewhere that, especially attack side, limited opportunities, but look at the reward.
Good snake bite.
The judge down below, the Outlaw in A, and now huge advantages across the board. Snakebite, as you said, slows down that re-aggression, and Foot are boxed in to spawn. Liquid have everything to work with. And the big ultimates, not in play, not against them. Players all down.
He's just standing in the open. Wow, okay. Mr. Farlin will be able to get both. It was an attempted high-low. The thing is, with a 1v5 clutch on the B site, it would have needed to be an absolute miracle for him to pull that one off.
Yep, 7-5 in the end. A lead for Team Liquid. A resurgence towards those last 4 rounds. They get there in the end. Now their defense is going to be put to the test, but I have to say, Foot, they put up one hell of a resistance going into that first half. We'll see if they can bounce back in the second after the break.
Enter my zone, shut down the competition.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5. Team Liquid on their defensive side now, and it's split that could close out this series. They already took Haven, map pick of Foot, in convincing fashion. But this has been a bit of a resurgence from Foot. They've come in looking like a fire's been lit under them. Let's see if their attack side can find the success that it most certainly didn't when it came to Haven.
Already straight in towards the A site they go. Revealed a player at the back site, and well, Camo's gone swinging. This definitely makes things a little bit more troublesome for Kiko. Under serious pressure, and he gets nothing for it. Nats, though, has been able to bring back some semblance in the round, putting things into a 3v2. Still an advantage for Foot.
Liquid have to take this uphill battle, and they're on the top of the hill, up in heaven. All three players towards the backside from Foot, looking to take the fight together. Cracks and Mr. Fallen got themselves a bit of a high-low. A little bit off on the angle, but it'll work. For the contact, for the execution in favor of Ada Captain. His fourth kill of the round locked in, and with that, 7-6. The gradual climb back begins, and let's not forget the difference between the two coming out of half one, just 2 rounds, and that was found because of the pistol win that Team Liquid managed to find. Other than that, it was a very, very close half indeed. So map 3 not out of the equation just yet.
No, for sure. I don't think there's any doubt that Foot have looked a lot more competitive when it comes to this map, even though they've only just matched up to the scoreline they did before. I would be very surprised if they don't manage to exceed it. And going into this attack side, at least earlier in the tournament when they played versus Apex, it was very slightly favored, which kind of makes sense when you're running this Yoru Rays composition. For now, though, a chance to try and farm up some of those orbs. Good positions, though, for the side of Liquid. 4 players still waiting on this side. Decoy going through. Nats has found a tiny little gap. Oh, manage one, and the rest of the players looking to wrap him from behind. Getting dangerous, but it's Zeus. Another 4K to the tally. 2 already in this half alone.
Yeah.
From the side of Foot. Well, the good thing as well is Zeus's ultimate is one of the lower in terms of those ultimate orbs, so he's now only 2 away from having that dimensional drift.
Very reminiscent of the start of Haven. Let's hope that it doesn't carry on the way that that map did, where Foot had Zeus and Ada Captain step up for 4Ks in the first couple rounds, and then everything fell to pieces from that point forward. You have to hope it will be different as the defenders gear up for a mid play. 3 players around this spot, but Foot playing the extremities. Noise being made on A. Viper wall there. The main thing that's I'm looking at is the fact that the spike is A. Is you'd think that that sort of presence is a fake A for late B hit. I think they might be trying to double fake this. Make the noise on A, blitz into B, take the space, maybe lose a player or 2, and then find a much easier path into that A site. I like the idea, but Team Liquid, they haven't fully gone yet. They've still got a player in heaven. In fact, they're coming back. They suspect that A could be a late round play, and they're very correct.
Yeah, there's left 1 player behind in the form of Zeus, who might be about to try and sell the ruse, but with Camo deep within the site, Panatech there alongside him, and now they've got the spot onto one of those players. Wow. The setup is sublime. A little pop flash to help out, to act as a bit of a distraction. But obviously some severe disadvantages in terms of the weaponry. And in fact, they're going to get absolutely nothing. A perfectly clean round for the side of Team Liquid to start off their defense.
Yeah, just really clean, man. Like, the idea from Foot is not bad. Make pressure on A, like I said. Blast pack into B, and hopefully A will be lighter. But after a couple seconds of no follow-up to Crack's blast packing to his death, Serial just calls, leave me here. I can hold it. I got my util. I can buy time. We can play retake with the numbers if we need. And that mass rotation, the exodus from the B site towards middle, towards A, allows them to have the numbers there. Viper's wall goes up, flash on back site, swing out from the fade, and really just perfect play from Liquid. 1 round advantage now. The lead pulled back into their favor. And a default from this squad. It looks like a fairly similar plan from Foot. Again, gearing up towards that B site with just 2 players. Spike on the other side.
Liquid still roaming around mid. In fact, maybe even noting some of the utility that's being expended. Camo not wanting to overextend. I think the slight difference we've seen from him and Zeus already was Zeus was very aggressive in his stance on that side of the map. EWC has been able to find a gap, though. This gap could be Camo's undoing. The amount of space that he's already been able to take. And in fact, it completely missed the boat on where he is. EWC with a ludicrous spot found. And well, now, if anything, Liquid have ended up looking a little bit foolish as the remaining 2 are nowhere in sight.
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a big gap left up in heaven, especially with this wall. That wall's allowing you to get so close to cross A without being spotted. And the pressure that they had put onto Camo, him having to TP back, they should have known that the timing was there for EWC to creep his way up. And they focused instead, pulling 3 players towards mid, wanting a fight there, wanting maybe to deal with Zeus. And hell, you can see how close they were. His bar up top left is, it's pretty red. It's not very full. But he's still drawing breath deep into the round, and you're left with 1 to save a weapon down in the sewers. Well played by Foot. Well handled. And I like that idea as well, Tom, because last round, what do we see? Cracks goes in, dies on B for no reason, essentially. Right? Because they're trying to sell a fake that doesn't work. And if anything, the fact that he goes in and no one else goes with him, that's what tells Liquid this is a fake. They're not coming here. This time they make that presence. They use their util. They smoke off cross on B, especially when they heard Serial close. And then they just walk back. And that sends Liquid to find another adaptation, because they're not in a 5v4 like last time. They can't play passive rotations. They want mid control. Gave the gap for EWC. Good push and pull this time. And the fact that they go for the same strategy just without sending Cracks into his doom is very nice to see.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that I believe in some of the previous performances on this map where we have seen success, EWC was definitely one of the sort of catalyst players when it comes to split. I think his Viper has looked very good individually. A quieter start in this game, but that was a solid round from him, being able to just claim that space, and more importantly, just having that trigger control to wait a little bit, because I think even Patatek, when he goes to try and find the trade, is still somewhat unaware of the position of that Turkish Viper. For now, though, it is going to be a pause. Lohan coming in hot with a adaptation, attempting to try and break the other side, because this is where things could get a little bit more troublesome for Liquid. Their economy is very much on the brink. Obviously, they had that flawless round, which will help them out nicely with getting the weaponry, but it won't last them too much longer if they're to lose this one.
You're looking at starting positions for Foot. Seems like expecting that mid-aggression to come through from Liquid. Ready and waiting in a default across the map. This isn't as direct. They're not trying to push and pull. And this is normal. You'll see this after a pause a lot, where a team says, okay, they've got an idea. Let's sit back and see what it is. Try to figure it out. A minute 10 on the clock. No presence. So it's time to start poking the bear. Prowlers go up on A. Rotation. Already coming off that B site. Spike down in spawn. And a net spread thin by this attacking side. Individuals looking for duels. And Zeus very nearly finds success. Heavy tags dealt. And the A site, with that much pressure put on, they think B is going to be a little bit easier. Spike picked up. Rotation underway. Still 2 players there, but maybe not for long. Nice pick by Zeus. They're sticking with 2.
If the decoy was the other player, he would have got the job done. But look how low the players within the B site are for Liquid. Both of them inches within their life being taken away. Because of that, they've had to surrender the site. They've had to give it up and look to try and play the retake with the full reinforcements. Almost try and work off the trades. But even then, Camo, obviously a little bit lower on health. I think a lot of that was the decay of the Viper Orb. Definitely still wary that there could be players in behind. Foot have sold the idea that there could still be a nasty flank that has to be dealt with. In goes one. Kiko wins the battle, but again, still desperately low on HP, or a couple of those players. The problem is, it now comes all down to one. Camo, healthy. as he goes to swing, and Serial is just waiting patiently. Good work by the side of Liquid just to regroup at the end. I mentioned it throughout the series. That's something they love to do, just look to play the numbers rather than being overly aggressive in those moments, and I think that was a prime example of it.
Yeah, just a perfect example of discipline, exactly. Like, you see this site, they push up, they take the fight in main from default, and what's the reaction after that? They immediately go spawn. The two players on site are aware of the space they've given up. Mid is open, players can be coming through. Before the steps are even heard, they're reacting to that play, moving into the spawn, retaking Heaven then with their rotating players, and now there's 4 of them in one spot. They've got the high ground, and it very much was over. The flames of Mustafar may as well have been there as Foot burned to a crisp on that play, overcooked with that mid split, hoping to catch Liquid off guard, but no, it wasn't to be. And again, we will see the same default. This just seems to be the bread and butter from Foot on this attack side, sending those 2 players towards main, B main. The Spike sitting outside A, the Prowlers often clearing a lot of this space. The only difference is that usually Yoru is the player watching that mid push. This time a TP is sent up, and it's faked as well. That fake sound cue, the hope being that it would catch them off guard. But look at Liquid, they just give up Heaven completely. They're saying, okay, if you have TP'd there, take the control. I don't care. We haven't got a player in vents. And they adjust to the space they've given up. Very nice.
The dimensional drifter that he's used his own fake out to try and sell the steps that there are players still within A main. It has slightly started the rotations back in the other direction, but the realization is there from Liquid. They paused just at the right moment. A little cheeky spot from Kiko, but he's so homed in on towards main that he ends up losing that fight. The problem, though, is that the players within B main have not been able to do anything, and because of that, Liquid will hold on to the round. A last-second decision that ends up saving them, because that fake very nearly worked from Zeus.
It did, and it would have worked had they have had more conventional positions, if there was stress being put onto players in vents, if there was stress being put onto the player in Heaven, but there wasn't. Liquid are giving themselves that extra little bit of time to react to these things because the pressure isn't being put on them. They're so far back. You have a player in screens who has a gate crash to move to the B side if they need. So again, a fail safe, even if that rotation has started a little early. And then a player back outside Heaven, just holding. And then vents, well, what if they walk through there? No problem. Because Nats is holding in B Heaven, just watching mid passive. So the space they're getting is useless to Foot. And when they eventually go to say, okay, Heaven was empty last time. It was given up. Let's fight for it. Well, look what happens. They're there, ready and waiting. They've adjusted 3 players now in position. I love the change, how these rounds evolve from the defensive side. They're looking beautiful. And Foot are having a really tough time adjusting because, again, you adjust to what you saw in the previous round, but guess what? It's changed every time.
Oh, aggressive B main hold now in play as well from Serial. This could actually put the round to bed because I don't really know why Mr. Farlin would ever be expecting anybody to be here. There you go. It's actually a jump scare. And while we watch that fight coming through, Nats has wiped out the remaining teammates. Mr. Farlin, what? Okay, Foot Classic. That's clearly the bundle you need to be buying because somehow he's managed to kill 2 with it.
30 seconds left.
2 more needed, though. 30 seconds on the clock. A wraparound coming in from Patatek, and there's the spot from Serial. He'll fall back. A star in position just now, and it's a smoke. Mr. Fallen runs through it. He knows that time is not on his side. He can't wait around. Has to make his own opportunity, but now they've grouped up, and the high-low barely even comes into play as Serial locks in that final shot of the round. 11 on the board now for Team Liquid. 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and Geist calls his final timeout here and now. The resurgence of Foot needs to come in this round. Their credits are going to be thrown at it. They come in with 3 ultimates. They've got that Viper's Pit, most importantly, to lock down a post plant. But unfortunately, the Viper's Pit's online for Nats, and last time that was the difference maker. That's what cancelled out every attempt that Foot threw it around.
It's difficult. They've had a lot of battles that seem like 50-50s, but once again, I think probably one of my favorite duos I've watched all all throughout this year so far has been Camo and Patatek. It seems like the Polish synergy has kind of been unmatched between those two players, where I think Patatek in that round is the one to take first contact. He immediately retreats and just baits for Camo, who then gets a much easier fight versus Zeus. Like, just having that little bit of extra synergy between them, whereas you watch what Zeus has to do a lot of the time, and it is very individualistic. You are revolving around him, winning those fights with little to no support, and that's why there's never really a trade. It puts a lot of pressure on him, and he's still doing fine, like 16 and 14, but well, you sort of mentioned like a 37 kill game. At times it almost feels like he needs to be putting up crazy numbers for them to take these maps over the line.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, the 37 kill game, maybe they'd still lose. Who knows? I'm not sure if it's going to happen this time around, as Patatek still holding up that control towards heaven. The quick play with the flash from Camo, he's in the ult. He's acquiring all that info that this is, once again, a fake, whether by design or by reaction. Those players have left the site entirely. The spike, though, still outside of A. And that may be... Oh, no, it's leaving. I thought this could work perfectly. If they go vent, we can see the gap. Of course, they can't, but they're about to realize just how many players have gotten ahead of this play, how many are waiting for them on B, as 2 are spotted up in heaven. But by now, it might be too late to rotate back in the other direction, and in fact, I was going to say it might work out in their favor, committing to B, but that's not a rotation, that's a reposition from Liquid.
Oh, Zeus is so low. It needs an instant shot, and he will find it, but Nats is so quick on that trade, and now isn't facing anymore. Not giving Mr. Farlin anything, waiting for Camo to rotate in, and even he's playing a bit of an off angle here. It could be a nasty surprise for Mr. Farlin. Again, we've mentioned it so many times, but it's that control from Liquid. Once they find an advantage, I don't think there's been many times where they've let it slip. They've been so comfortable just to sit back, play the numbers, play off angles, and basically hope that that player will go looking for a fight, and eventually they'll find it. 4 rounds to the good on their map choice, 1 round away from continuing into that upper bracket final and being 1 win away from making it to the main event. Oh, I'll have to say at this stage, I'm not sure I can believe that Foot are going to turn this around. They've got some ults to play with, though, but as we mentioned before, so do the defense.
Yeah, Pit might be pulled into play already by Team Liquid, but plenty to respond to what's being put down. And again, you know, I admire what Foot are putting into play here. Some of the fake plays, some of the rotations that they're trying to pull off, but it just seems like Liquid can see the map, man. A lot of the time they are making the right read. And for Foot, it's going to be so frustrating because you look back and you go, well, how could we have known that that play was what we're facing? And there's not really a way. It's just better calling on the other side. The rock, paper, scissors battle being won out again and again. Yedeje is in a position he probably shouldn't be in. And Nats has just gotten a taste of his own medicine. That free space towards heaven. A rocket battle. And it works out for Team Liquid. Kiko only gets the 1, though.
Oh, Nightfall has been used. It's brought them to a halt, and Serial can't quite connect the shots. Puts the advantage firmly in the favor of Foot. Patatek needs to win one of these duels. Viper's Pit's been used from heaven. Is definitely a bit obscure, but hey, I guess for Yedeje it works.
What? Yeah, there was a point there, Tom, where I was going to say in the 4v2, it was like, okay, no more ults. No more ults should be used here. And they put a Pit through last second? I mean, hell, some ults, like, I've seen a player ult in heaven before. Koala Noob. It was you. But then we heard the replay and he said, oh, I fat fingered it. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to be angry with you then. That happens. You can't fat finger a Viper ult. You have to confirm that. You have to X and then left click. So that was intentional. And I have to say, that just seems like an overheat.
Oh, see if it comes back to bite them. For now, it seems like the economy of Liquid is going to be the more defining factor of this round. A lot of pieces missing, although Camo still manages to get 1. Serial's found another. In fact, he gets 2 from there. Like this. On the edge of the smoke with a Sheriff. Luckily, Yedeje is still in position, but now Paditek, you say it might have been a bold re-swing, but that man is feeling confident right now. Said it throughout the match. His individual is there alongside that supportive utility, and now Mr. Farland has to try and save them in the upper bracket, but it will not be the case. Liquid get the job done in 2 and continue in the upper bracket of the EWC qualifier.
An impressive performance by Team Liquid here today. I mean, we came in and I had hope for Foot, and a lot of it hinged on players like Zeus having a good performance. Himself and Ada Captain stepped up to the plate in a way that we haven't seen since, I guess, towards the end of playoffs, and even then the consistency. But it's not enough, Tom. It's not enough here today as Team Liquid played on another level. Nats' calling is just looking unbelievable. I'll be the first one to criticize it when it looks bad. You took Enzo's spot. But you know what? You look damn good doing it, so I can't really complain. As Team Liquid roster is looking strong, and a BO5 now stands in between them and the main event. Certainly well earned. And look, I think BBL, in my opinion, will be the ones to meet them there. But whoever makes it to that upper bracket BO5, they better bring their A game, because Team Liquid are not messing around today.
Well, yeah, well, you mentioned BBL. I think Liquid would probably be quite happy to have that matchup, considering I think it's already 3-0 throughout the year so far. So they're definitely a squad that could take would love a victory versus Team Liquid, but I think they are definitely the favorites to make it through this qualifier. I think dispatching a Foot in that sort of fashion, especially going into Haven, which has looked a little bit more shaky for them, adapting their composition, even coming up against something a little bit even more explosive from the side of Foot, and managing to deal with it all the way through the matchup. And even when the game is going back and forward, even when they lose the second pistol, it didn't look like it fazed them at all. And I think that's what has been one of the major strengths for Liquid so far this season, is having that additional mental resilience, having the leadership of Nats, but also the sort of like positivity of someone like Paditek. I think that it has been a real game changer for this squad. And as you saw mentioned, they're now 1 win away from being qualified to EWC. And wow, adding another event under their belt.
Another international for them, huh? They've been taking a lot of flights this year. Now, I know the schedule does say 3 p.m. and you're thinking that's going to be a long one, right? It's an hour and a half for the first series, and we got to wait around. Well, looky for you, that's not the case. KCBBL running on an accelerated schedule, so they will be gearing up for that matchup as we speak. Our apologies, or I suppose Team Liquid's apologies to whoever they had booked scrims with for the next hour. It ain't happening. They're going to be getting into the server, and I'm very excited to see that matchup as well. At this point, it may play out to be the match of the day, because Team Liquid Foot, a little underwhelming, a little quick. And again, I look at that first map and I think there were mistakes. There were issues that will be ironed out. The second, I don't look at it and say, well, Foot, what were you doing? You know, there's not as many question marks there. There's more exclamation marks around the performance of Liquid. I think every aspect of how they approached both halves of that, especially their defense, though. And the same can be said on Haven as well. Like, did Foot make mistakes? Could they have done things better? Sure. But Team Liquid's defensive sides look so damn good. They're always ahead of the play. They're always taking the space that they need to. And you got to give kudos to them for that.
Yeah, I think some really impressive mid-round calling, especially like the re-aggression, the retakes of certain spots. They did fantastically well. But you know what? Enough about Team Liquid. We have got another series coming up, so make sure you stick around, as we'll be back after the break for KC versus BBL.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the road to EWC. We've already had our first series out of the way. You might be thinking, where's map 3? Well, it's not to be. Team Liquid absolutely destroyed Foot Esports, and now we're on to our next series of the day. Here it feels like a third map is guaranteed. Come on, BBL versus KC. Surely it won't be a one-sided affair.
We said that the first game was the close game, so you know this is
It's not looking
this might
good.
be an incredibly fast. So to be fair, KC played through phase 1, ended up coming out with that top seed out of the early stage. So definitely looking like they're in slightly better form than what we've seen so far within the VCT. So I'm interested to see what we get from them here. Obviously, always throwing out some sort of exciting, like explosive compositions. I'm kind of hopeful that we end up seeing a Haven so I can get to see a little bit of the Phoenix, which definitely seems like a rarity, but that seems to be sort of the concept with a lot of their compositions. I have been one of the few teams to consistently run Harbor. I'm still not convinced on that, but they're definitely a team that are unique, and that can always make them more difficult to play against. You're not going to be used to those sort of compositions and way they play the game. So for BBL, it's going to be something about adaptation in the moment.
Well, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, while KC have been grinding out, BBL have been able to go back, look at those games from phase 1, and also have people like Mark New stirring the witch's pot, right? Working hard in the background. And I think that's where the real difference is going to be made here today.
Yes, him and his witch's pot. It'll be an interesting matchup, that's for sure. I think as well, like the difference in the leadership, obviously Sadak coming over from afar to sort of try and lead this team to victory. It definitely doesn't seem to have been working, and I do feel like a lot of that is maybe just some of the roles, or even just players having to adapt. I don't think we've seen the best from Elite within this team, and I think on the other side of things, like you look at BBL's sort of, I guess, almost openness to playing some stuff that can be a little bit more basic. Like I think you have the example of their split comp, which has been really enjoyable, and then you have just a lot of maps where they're just running Jet, like basically just sending out Levin as this superstar duelist. So we do have the bans coming through. This time I do believe that the Icebox ban makes a lot of sense. Last time BBL played KC on this map, they got absolutely banged. It's been a map that has been very, very good for KC, so not wanting to see that definitely makes a lot of sense. On the other side of things, KC have not looked particularly good on the Ascent, having a close victory versus Koi, but other than that, it's only been losses. And Haven as a choice is definitely a bit more of an intriguing one, because it's a map where I feel like BBL have always gone close versus a lot of opposition. So realistically, although it's a strength for KC, I don't think BBL are going to be too unhappy with that one.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you there. I think for KC, though, falling back, it's been a map that they've picked throughout the qualifier that's gone pretty well for them. I don't think they picked it against Foot. It was a decider map, but still, they managed to beat them. 4-win streak on it now, so Haven can look decent for them. Ascent, obviously, Forza BBL on the 82nd province, and then Pearl, the final map, the decider between these two. I'm looking at this, Tom, and I'm thinking, maybe this will be our little 3-mapper, right? BBL have had some weaknesses on Haven. I can see that going to KC. Ascent, come on, it's got to be the Turkish squad taking it there. We might be going to Pearl. I hope so.
I'd really like to see Pearl. I think that both of these teams have a completely sort of unique way to play the map. We haven't got to see as much of Pearl from BBL as I would have liked, because people don't want to play them on it. Like, they've been so unbelievably difficult. I think only Heretics back in kickoff were able to actually beat them on the map. Other than that, they have slammed a few teams, and a lot of that comes off Sociable's Chamber, which is just, it's so enjoyable to watch. And then the other side of things, they still run like a Harbor, Vice, Asteroid, Yoru. Like, it's like a ludicrous sort of mix of styles and delay. So I think that would be a really cool map to get to. But the first two, somewhat of a different story. Like, I think both teams understanding the sort of more basic side of things. The only thing that's a little bit peculiar is obviously going in with BBL on that triple initiator and none of the initiators being a Sova. Like, that for me is just like, when you're running 3 initiators and one of them's not Sova, you're doing some weird stuff. And I definitely think at times it has come back to bite them a little bit, not having the Sentinel, especially when you have someone like Magnum who is such a competent Sentinel player. I do kind of look at that sometimes and go, okay, I see what you're coming up with, but I'm not necessarily sure I like it more than just the default, which for me to say is weird, because one of the reasons I don't like this map is because everybody kept running the same comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to see those. Well, I mean, especially, I think BBL are trying something on Ascent that we haven't seen, to my recollection, anyone attempt. Obviously, with Teho coming into the pool, now with Teho being nerfed, it's a bit of a difference in what we're going to see, I suppose, from other people. But it's such a strange concept, and I think the main problem you have is if you're playing against a team like Liquid, for example, it gives them a lot of space to do the things that Nats likes to do, right? You have to be a bit more proactive. But then I think about the squad of BBL, and it makes sense for them. They want to be proactive. They want to be that little bit more aggressive regardless of side. So, playing to their strengths perhaps, and also just playing in a way that I don't think many teams will have very much practice against. It's a very unique play style. I think maybe someday we'll see them pull out the just like 4 flashers and start going absolutely crazy. This is a team that likes to cook. As I say, I don't know what's in that witch's cauldron, but there's certainly some concoctions that have come out of it. So yeah, those are our maps for this series, and I think that, as I said, shaping up nicely to be a Pearl decider. I'd like to see it, because I can't get enough of the Harbor. That's not to say I like it. I don't like it, but I like to see it, to see other teams and how they approach playing against it. Yeah. But if I was to recommend a comp, it would not be that one. But that intrigues me, if anything. Seeing things that I don't think should work or should be easy to play, and seeing them actually be played quite well. It's always, as I said, intriguing to see. So hopefully we get there.
That rings true with the Haven comp as well, because although it has some like new flair to it, it is ultimately still very similar to what we used to see from like old school Sentinels with Sick just playing Phoenix and flashing out Garage. Like, it's not something that I feel should work anymore. But then they've added the second element of having the Yoru in there, and it does make a nice little 1-2 punch. And I think that's going to be the fun talking point for me about this matchup, is that you go in with, I think, Levin must at least in recent matches have the highest pick rate on Jet. Like, I think he's been going the old school Turkish way. And then on the other side of things, you have Martin, who statistically I think may have even been the highest rated Yoru, or definitely was right up there with anybody else in the server. So I think that it gives you that sort of little balance of, okay, one team has a guy who has basically mastered the new look meta of playing a lot of Yoru, and then you have one guy who's still dragging Jet, kicking and screaming and making it look good while he does it.
At least when you talk about the Haven comp, we're not seeing that harbor anymore. That's the main thing. On Pearl, sure.
We haven't got there yet.
It's a water map. But Ascent, we're seeing our agent select unfold in front of our very eyes as time ticks away. Usually you wouldn't talk about the hovers, but hover in BBL section is exactly what we expect to see. So the comp not looking to have made too much of a change. And the question is, when you look at that attacking side, when you look at KC, where will they be taking it? Because I think for now, what we're seeing, all fairly in line with what we expect. The only one that hasn't decided to hover something is Aves, and he is typically playing the Sova. They're missing a Sova here, as are BBL, but we've already covered that. Don't you worry.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like either side is particularly looking to change anything up here. I think BBL have been consistently attempting to make this composition work throughout the entirety of the year, so you kind of understand why this is what they're going to be pulling through. They've also played an absurd amount of rounds on it, and then for KC, they've had quite a few defeats on this map, but a lot of them have been to either solid Ascent teams or just in a very close fashion. So maybe trying to just keep going with this composition. I think risking it and changing things up might not necessarily play any better than if they just continuously try to sort of find something in depth with this comp, especially with, as you mentioned, the changes being made to Teo, which is going to put him in a much worse spot. I believe in I don't think we're playing on that patch. I believe it'll be in the next one. So okay. I think that's where realistically you kind of expect BBL to be almost forced into a change. So the only thing I might like to see is, I think on Ascent, the deadlock has become something I really enjoy watching. I think being able to delay, pull off those rotations, I think the double Senti actually comes across quite nicely on this map. But for either side at the moment, BBL definitely the one still running that more unorthodox comp, and considering this is their choice, I kind of want to see what they've got with it, because it's not like... Of the maps that we've seen them play, I wouldn't say this has been the one that has blown me away, other than when it went to 48 rounds.
The deadlock and Ascent. Well, I mean, you've obviously been reading the PDF. Fair enough. As it comes in to the barriers up, it's an immediate battle around middle, and BBL, the one's looking good. A lot of damage done, but the same can be said for KC, as Aves was down to a sliver of health and will quickly be dispatched. A 1-0 in favor of the defensive side, and an attempt at aggression that certainly works out.
This has got to be one of the fastest defensive side pistols I've ever seen, where we don't just see the attack run through one choke point and immediately die. Like, that was... this is what you come up against when you play against this triple initiator, is you expect to see a lot more of these set plays where you're looking to crunch onto the attack rather than allowing the opposite to happen, because they don't have the greatest amount of delay in the world. They do have a decent amount for retakes, but I don't think that has been the sort of the best bit of this comp, if I'm being honest.
Well, the start has left KC in a position where they're not investing a ton. I see a lot of pistols in the hands of those attackers.
Cover going out.
And passive play from BBL with rotations pretty heavily coming in towards this A site. They've made the read correctly. The freeze from KC has not found them any success. The salvo's finding one, sociable with another. His rifle in hand is SMG more so, and Zagetsu's left down to just 2 thanks to Profex spam. This one is pretty much locked in. The question of damage, I mean, 2 players already fallen. A good opportunity if Zagetsu could get some more. And I like that he's just left the spike. He's going to go walkabouts. I'd be surprised if it catches him off guard. And he's going to need to land a couple of shots with that classic without taking any damage.
I like this. Yuppie's just gone, all right, you want to go around the world? I'm just going to shut the door on you. So you basically have to make noise at this stage. Still trying to sell a ruse, but realistically, the second this glass breaks, it should be all she wrote. And there you go. Magnum will clean things up. A little bit of extra damage done, but ultimately not anything that I think BBL will be too upset about. And in fact, immediate purchase of an additional rifle. Sociable is going to be given the pistol. It's not the best bonus round you're ever going to see, but it's still a pretty decent one.
Yeah, indeed. Still a decent opportunity, right? Coming into this one to still deal damage, and it looks like they're going to make up for some of the lack of weaponry, not with the default play, not with stacks and one side of the map being lighter, but with aggression again into middle, similar to what we saw in the pistol. Smoke goes out to stop them. Magnum's waiting to seize the day on the contact coming through from short. I like the idea. They see nothing, steps being made, still no presence being given away though, as KC clearly anticipating some form of trap play, and they don't want to walk blindly into it.
Evan's aggression hasn't been spotted just yet, but eventually makes the call to fall back at least a little bit. Doesn't have the dash available, already being tagged up by the drone, and I think he's just going to have to potentially use that dash just to try and cross back out of there. No, it keeps it for later in the round, but I guess saving it for a rainy day. Even still though, 40 seconds left on this clock, and now we start to see that move in towards middle. Pressure being put onto Yumpy. This is the sort of worry when you don't have that extra sentinel, that sometimes your delay can be that little bit tougher to hold on to, but it really is hesitant right now from the side of KC. They're finally making their move, and that opener could be the difference.
Nice shot by Levin. He gets out as well. No, he goes back for more. It's a little greedy. Pays the price. 12 seconds. Salvo's in. Time ticking away. And the reposition down under, it might actually net them a kill. Sugetsu's cleared it and found Profek. The plant is secure. Just about in the nick of time, that spike lands on the site, and so a 2v3, an uphill battle. Yumpy with a rifle. He could consider carrying this through to the next, but I think his teammate only has, oh indeed, it's a sheriff and the recovered outlaw. Whether they want to put that to work, yes they do. That was damn close. And the outlaw now with a great opportunity, but he's gone for the bulldog. He'd swapped over the weaponry, and perhaps that's his downfall. With just one found, still good damage.
You're the only guy who would be promoting someone trying to retake with an outlaw.
They were all tagged. They were all tagged, Tom. One shot. That's all he needs.
If he'd done a 1v3 retake with the outlaw, he might have actually won.
Yeah, exactly. What a fool.
Oh god, I don't think you're going to be hired as the analyst for PBO anytime soon, but then again, it was sociable, so I'll give you the credit. There's at least the one guy who might actually be able to pull that off. Straight in. Still not a bad round for BBL. They make it costly, but KC are the ones to get it over the line, especially with how things started out. It could have been dangerous, and you can already see again the levels to the aggression of the defense. A mid position already taken by Levin, just holding the cross in case anybody was to push in towards that catwalk. But it's always that B site that worries me. A lot of the time with BBL, they'll have Magnum as a site anchor without the anchor utility. They're doing the same here with Yumpy. Sure, you can have the supportive salvos if they're online, but he doesn't have a whole lot of delay. That's pretty much all of it gone.
And they're not looking to slow it down. KC are taking the space right after. Cam spots one. Yumpy under pressure, has to fall back. They try to cancel out some of that utility. Stop them from having anything to blitz out with, and they'll wait it out. It's going to buy time. Levin finds one. That's the mid lurk completely dealt with. This two-pronged approach now becomes just one. Much more linear, much easier for BBL to shut down, and Yumpy has caught 2, 3. In fact, through the cage was the first 2, and that's 3-1 for BBL. An immediate response, and with a round where they did good damage in the previous, this is set up to be a very successful early half.
Yeah, it's kind of like, obviously there are times where you have your smoker on a lurk, but I think when you're going in for a B hit, like you just can't afford to not have smokes at least on either that sort of CT position or holding off the cross. Instead, they just try and walk out of a cage. Like that was their plan. Like just try and get through a cage just so they have something, because Sugetsu falls in middle, and that makes it so easy for the players left on that BBL side. And well, that was very close to an immediate death. The peso being picked up, Sociable under serious pressure, and he will fall from it. This leaves again that solo defender of just Yumpy.
He did well last time, but they were walking out through a cage. He had everything set up for him. This time he's going to do it of his own grit ahead of the flash. Beautiful peak! Yumpy! Back-to-back 3Ks and a 4-1 start for BBL because of this, man. What a defense that's been on the B site. And immediately, Eng is calling the pause. He's not happy with what he's just seen.
No, I think that's a couple of rounds in a row now where they have pinpointed the weakness. They've spotted where, like, there's probably only going to be one defender. That defender is only going to have a fragment and a couple of flashes. They've walked into the site, and Yumpy's 8-1. Like, that should, like, they have got the right read on. That said, one of the things I think that is a weakness of this composition is normally you're going to have either a Killjoy or a Cypher locking down the B site, buying time, slowing with either the trips or the turret or the nanos, and then also having extra util for contact into middle. Instead, they get the contact into middle, they obliterate Sociable, the other players are on the other side of the map, and Yumpy throws a pop flash and manages to get 3 kills. Like that's something that they should have at least punished him. Whether they win the round or not because of the retake of the rest is a different story, but he should have been punished at least once in the last 2 rounds. And I think that making sure that he doesn't start running away with things is a pretty important part of their attack side over on Ascent.
I think that's fair to say. At this stage, the attack side needs to step up to the game, and if I'm correct, they're not going to have a strong buy, right, coming into this. You got a rifle on one. We see it on Sugetsu.
I think last round might have been a hero rifle. I think it was just Martine, and then I think everyone else had pistols. So it's...
Oh, you'd be right. After the 3-1, of course. Sorry. The struggles of No Hood and the struggles of losing Martine early about to be shown to us. They have...
Did Martine get revealed, or did he catch him over the edge of the smoke? Because... that, from my perspective, that literally looked like someone, like, Sociable just spammed smoke and got an immediate kill.
That's what I saw. I guess there's no telling. A 4v4 that they've ended up in. Good response. Being able to shut down one player towards mid, the gap in that smoke, a nice little angle. Sugetsu's trying to exploit from up top. But he won't be able to pick up the kill. Seeing 2 players at grass in A main, though, tells them that maybe short, maybe tree is that little bit more open. But now they know it's not. 2 pieces of utility come flying through. Surely you have to just concede.
Oh, they've done well. Elite being able to catch out Sociable. They'll get the information, and again, they're going to try and push. Now, this is the 3rd time I've said this. There's only one man on this B site that has to try and hold on.
He can't do it again, surely. Maybe he won't be given the opportunity. Magnum, good for the first and the second. Magnum, oh, he's jealous. He saw what Yumpy did, and he wants to copy, but he'll only find the 2. Still, that makes it a much easier task for the player on site. 15 seconds, spike still underway. In fact, all Yumpy needs to do is drop this spike to the floor, and now it's the last man standing. The round's done. The round is done. There is no way Sugetsu gets away with this. Yumpy's come barreling in with 2 barrels of a shorty. It's 5-1 in favor of BBL. Unbelievable performance from this squad so far on the defense.
Kill mode is default.
It feels like for the first 45 seconds, the KC players are doing everything right. Like, they're patient, they catch the re-aggression of Levin, shut him down. Elite does well to get rid of Sociable, who was caught rotating. And then the second they step foot on that B site, they forget how to shoot. Because that was just, like, Magnum did very well to, like, reposition and find extra angles, but you could just close that door. Like, you could just close it and just go and fight Yumpy. But instead, they take individual fights versus Magnum, and hey, like, he'll take that all day long. And then Yumpy again just does exactly what's needed of him. Already, well, it looked like that might have been some Levin kills, but it wasn't. Martin has done well on the other side, but it ends up being a quick cleanup. Only Sugetsu with a Sheriff, who can be deadly, but he needs 3.
He won't find anything. An immediate response by BBL to that little bit of success on the mid fight, and it's 6 rounds, 5 to the good, and 4 in a row. A streak now that the only time they lost a round was when they had those pretty significant weaknesses coming in. And now for KC, sure, you know, loss bonus is in full swing. They're going to be buying up here. They're going to have some ultis to play with, but same can be said on the other side. Magnum's almost got his in sociable. Well, that Annihilation can... Or Armageddon, even. I always get the 2 of those confused. But it's definitely going to be a difficulty, even if you find that advantage in a map like this as well. So many of those tight laneways, so good on the retakes for clearing out that space. Big round coming for KC.
Yeah, well, they haven't walked in to what I would say is the Lion's Den just yet. Yumpy, by the way, is on this side of the map. He has not been here the entirety so far. Well, maybe that was the play. Overwhelm him. They've also managed to catch out another. Levin just tanks the Hunter's Fury. And he gets a second kill for it. Somehow they brought this one back from the depths. And bear in mind, you mention it. That Armageddon is available. Planting here, they're almost going to try and bait out. I think they know that there's a realistic chance that somebody's going to be pushing in this direction. They try and re-aggress, but they lose every single fight. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. It's another start to the round that's gone brilliantly for KC, and they just can't get it over the line.
Now, this is outrageous at this point. 7-1 up. Ult used by Sociable, and the right reaction, like you said. They expect that ult's going to go through. They're trying to get ahead of it, force the fights, and they got what they asked for. Be careful what you wish for, I suppose. I mean...
They fake planted, they pushed to where they knew he would be, and then 2 of them got caught on the cross by Magnum. It's again another round where Magnum has sort of like saved the day just for being in the right place at the right time, but... It is madness that they managed to... Because the thing with the A site that you always have to deal with...
Oh.
Okay. But you always have to deal with Prophet. That's what I was going to say. The long and the short of it. This time he's gone walkabouts and he's met his demise by Elite. So from a 2-man disadvantage off Levin's openers to a man advantage, they're heading into the A site. They're heading into Magnum again. Surely he can't have the same sort of reaction. He's hit 2 of them already with the ult. They're so low,
Great
but they're
flash.
still going to fight him, and they're going to win.
Yeah, Sadic's flash just saved them. Both players so low. One spam could have taken them down, and you almost have to think that maybe just spraying there while you're blind would have been the play. Tries to get back into cover, but couldn't make it away. Plant now secured. HP regenerated. That decay no longer in play. And Yumpy, well, we've seen him need a 3K before to save the round. It's going to be exactly the same scenario this time. And the positions, the cam for early info. Oh, I love that he baits it out, but between the spam from down below and the peak from Elite, there wasn't much to be said about that one. 7-2. And finally, a response.
Yeah, funnily enough, it's the round where they don't get off to a good start that is the one that they win. So clearly the role reversal, it was Levin to do a fantastic job. And I do think so far, surprisingly, they have had a lot more of an opportunity when it comes to the A side. The B side always seems the more vulnerable, but Yumpy's done an impressive job of holding that ground throughout the map so far. And Prophet, someone who is normally an incredibly safe pair of hands, yet to have that sort of standout moment. Now, I'm certain it will come throughout the map. Also, the other side of things, obviously, you're going to be looking at the stats of Martin and wanting to be critical, but you have to bear in mind that his role every single time is to just dash straight into one of these sites or dash down mid and try and catch players off guard. So it's not been the best start of his, but I do think if they can at least get to maybe like 4 rounds, going into the defense, there is still an opportunity for KC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, listen, and the reality is, right, this half... Still going to put a couple more rounds on the board before we swap over sides. they can recover. But that road to recovery is where the difficulty comes in. 7-2, around where they find success. But again, look at how it started. That was a mistake from BBL. They find 2 picks. Levin goes back out for the 3rd. That's fair enough. That happens. But you look back to what just happened in the regular season of VCT. They made these kind of mistakes. They overpeaked after advantages. And it ended up costing them the run. It ended up sending them here. So I think that those are things they will... That's not the kind of thing I expect to see again on this map, right? The ship's about to be tightened up. I'm looking to get the wind back in their sails. No aggression early on from this defensive side. Magnum has a smoke to play around, and even then it's the Prowler sent through to jump spot in B main. It's a passive peek by Levin. Eventually he'll go out. He's using his dash here. They know there's players close. That dash is about to run out. Oh, even the paranoia to put pressure on, but not really close. Oh my god, they're going. Never mind. There's the aggression. The stun went in. The peaks go through, but it's a 2-for-2 trade.
I know exactly where you are.
The thing is, I feel like at this point the defense have been okay with that. They've been okay with sort of playing on an even footing, because that's what this comp almost relies on. Once again, they're going to put the pressure onto Yumpy, and while Magnum's been caught this time, he has been the thorn in their side all the way through, and I think they made the decision, you know what, Yumpy on B, I don't want it. I don't want to fight that man again. I don't want to play against him when he's in his hobbit hole. Instead, they're going to walk into Prof. Like I said, he always has his moments in these matches. On this A site, he could be devastating, but not this time. Sugetsu has put him in the dirt, leaving Yumpy with a long rotation back to the A site and another 1v3 to attempt.
Yeah, still that Cypher to play up against, so the camera is going to be spotting him as he makes his way through. He's learned his lesson about going through heaven, I think. It doesn't quite work with that reveal. But I don't think anywhere is quite going to work here. KC have got that nailed down. Sadik with contact in a 3rd round. Locked in. A slow climb back for that attack side in full effect. And you look at that mid aggression late round. They saw the players trapped. They wanted to really force the issue. Just a little bit too much bitten off there with so many of the KC members still around mid. Obviously not caught by that stun in the close corner either. Gave a great opportunity for them to just turn that into a favorable scenario. Like, you find your 2 picks, great, but the 2 players pushing, dying just leaves such a big gap for your opponents to abuse.
Yeah. The problem is, though, that is what you get with this triple issue. Where is Prophet going? It's an absurd play. Oh, the thing is, they only had, like, I think a rifle or 2 into this round, so it looks incredibly cool, but when you get immediately traded out with no escape, it doesn't quite have the value that you might have hoped for. It's definitely, clearly just got into the heads of KC that are, all right, if they're willing to TP through B main into a smoke to try and set play us, they're not just doing that in this round. There has to be more to this.
Oh, Martine as well. Really nice kill picked up on Dissociable. That's the advantage now, even more so in favor of that attacking side. An uphill battle in a bit for these players, and it seems like KC learned their lesson as well, that the B site's off limits. You can't be going there, not when you're seeing the kind of performances we have from Yumpy and Magnum.
30 seconds left.
And again, they will gravitate towards the A site. This time a difference. Yeah. Levin's been dead on mid. Almost every time they've gone for the play. There's been a knife to put in on A. It's not there. That Blade Storm sat up top. It has a chance.
It's a one and done spot, though. It really shouldn't be getting anything more than that. The element of surprise. He's kind of hoping that maybe somebody gets a little bit aggressive while his teammates rotate in. And now he's finally going to reveal himself. But by this point, they're kind of expecting players to come in from that angle. Nice work, at least. The patience paying off. But clearing these players from underneath is not going to be the easiest. The problem is the spike's not necessarily planted in the greatest spot for these remaining players of KC. It's going to try and bait out somebody from underneath, and that's exactly what he's done. One goes his way, but he needs a little bit more. Clears the second, and now they're just trying to find out where Sugetsu is, but that time is ticking away. Needs to try and defend this one. I don't know if he's going to get it. It's going to be
close.
incredibly close in the end. And not quite. 0.12. I think Levin actually let go of that while Yumpy was fighting. And I think that made the difference.
No faith in the fight, but he only had a classic in hand, so you can definitely understand why. But that's going to eat away at you. That could have been the 8-3, a phenomenal half locked in. And instead, KC continue to climb back into this. 1 round left in the half. And it's very possible that we see them trailing by 2, that we see 7-5 with a pistol round bridging the gap and an even game after what was a lights out start from BBL. It looked like no matter what they did, a mistake was not possible. But now there's being nothing but punished errors. The side of KC benefiting greatly from it.
Yeah, really good recovery. I think being a little bit more patient in the mid rounds. I think defaulting back towards the A site at the end of rounds as well. They've had a lot more success, and not being caught out by some of these individualistic plays that have been coming through has definitely made the difference. An aggressive position already taken by Prophet, though. He's not at the best time holding within the A site, so has opted to hold a little bit more aggressively, leave that job to Magnum, who's just basically taken a straight up contact play. The fact is, though, this does seem like a bit of a ruse, as they now do look to hit back towards that B site where they've had those same struggles.
Oh, nice shots by Sociable, and Levin chimes in for one as well. Good flash. Yumpy capitalizes on his own blind. And a 4 versus 2. I thought they'd learned their lesson, Tom. I thought they knew the B site was off limits. Big mistake, though. They've gone right past Segetsu. Pizza not being cleared in the slightest. And this, oh, it could be the beginning of the end for this B site hold. 12 seconds, though. Spike recovered. TP taken. But it's right onto the A site. Easy cancellation. No way for the plant to come through. And the round is secured again. The B site, the kryptonite of this KC attack. And the KD, the only thing to be recovered at this point. Segetsu picking up 1, but the half is already over. And Yumpy already on him. 8-4 in the end.
Yeah, I didn't think the Yumpy KO would be what makes the difference, but we'll be off to a break.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 is the score. BBL, well, they dominated in the first quarter, but a bit of a resurgence from KC has given them at least a chance. Not quite a foothold on the map just yet, and the pistol could make the difference. Magnum's already picked up the opening, though, as BBL accelerate towards this B site. It worked out wonderfully for them on the defense. No surprise they want to take the fight here on the attack. Let's see if KC can replicate some of that magic from the first half, and it doesn't look like it. The defensive B crumbles.
Yeah, this is already looking pretty
Spike
bleak.
planted.
All the remaining players towards the site itself, and an abundance of regenerative utility that can pretty much put them in the dirt the second they look to try and round the corner. Sociable's got to be careful. He's actually spammed out. A nice shot from Martin. But all the while, that time is ticking. They need to get a move on. Through the smoke they go. Levin, Yumpy on the other side. And, well, they will get nothing done. Even with both players low on HP. That's a 9th round now for BBL. 4 needed to close out that map choice.
I'll kill you.
Well, that was the fear, right? If we saw the 7-5, if we saw KC pick up the pistol, those things could have led to a much, much closer game. Especially after that strong of a start. Because the main thing is, right, like, that scoreline in and of itself, it going 7-7, that doesn't damn either team. It doesn't send BBL into a frenzy. They can then be thankful that they had the start they did. But it's the flavor profile. It's the fact that you have such a strong start and then lose that control. The wind in the sails of your opposition. We've seen many teams crumble under those circumstances. But this seems to be it. The road to recovery paved with the success that they've had already. 2 players still outside B here. Oh, it's curious that they're spread so thin, just hoping that they can find the stack if there is one.
Asugatsu's taken
I got the spike.
a bit of a chunk of damage. Seems like Yumpy is just going to sell himself to the wolves, hoping that somebody will give him the angle, expecting there to be a stack here. And he was right, but the only goal really was to try and bait them into the open. It's only a sheriff that's been lost, and now the rest of the players are starting to make their presence known on B. The call has been made by Martin, though. They are hightailing it, or at least they were. But as nothing else has been shown, I think they've started to doubt the presence of this squad on this side of the map.
Yeah, it looked like the right read, and I was with you there, but
30
they
seconds
canceled
left.
the rotation. Played it back in the other direction. Door closed. It's time for Martin to
shot.
strike, and how he gets 2 there, I do not know. Now a 2 versus 2. Damage
Spike
done to
planted.
Cypher, but a real chance for them to have some sort of say in this round. Even still, damage is done, but that felt like it could have went in the other direction.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating because it's one of those rounds for KC where you look at the damage and go, okay, that's not bad. But firstly, you're so far behind, and secondly, they had 2 pistols rather than 1. So they're now coming in still with, what, 4 rifles on the board? So it's still a dangerous buy.
Can have some teeth to it for sure. 10-4. A win in this round, well, that would cement BBL. Bring us to a map 2. Martin's put to bed at least the advantage that the attackers were hoping to find. 1 player down already, but they've got the control through mid. The Prowler tanking the trap, and the players walking through as a result. Embedded as Magnum, hoping to catch them rotating back through. Pressure on Market as the walkout comes in, and oh, very nearly Elite was left in the dirt. They've spotted Magnum too. All the snakes being cleared from the grass. Someone's called St. Patrick, and it's a 5 versus 2 that I don't see them having any chance in, locked inside a main.
Last player standing.
Social was desperately hoping to find his Turkish counterpart on the other side with a little bit of mind control, reading where he went, but shots are not to land, and now leaving Prophet. 1 versus 5. Everything still to find in this one, and realistically, very unlikely that they're going to get anything done here. Sadak at least is pretty low on HP, but the off angle, and he will keep things squeaky clean in the end.
Now that's the round that they should have taken. This coming one, a little bit of a different story. Full buy coming through for BBL. Success is being found across the board. You look at ults to pull KC back into it, and there aren't many. Only thing really coming online is going to be that Blade Storm. A chance for Magnum to pick up an orb and a pick, and Nightfall will be in play. Round 16. And this could be the turning point as KC get back into the game. Or it could be the beginning of the end as BBL take one more step towards victory. Nice flash. They've already left this angle. Nade's going to be used to clear out the corner. I know there's no gap in that. Well, maybe they think there's a little bit of a gap. But either way, it won't go swinging too deep and give those players deeper in main a chance to pick them off. KC now with a lot of information to play with. They're going to clear out short in a second, and seeing that this is fully clear, the rotations would come into this B site. But they need a pick to fall back on. They very much need Martin to grab one.
All five players currently making their way through main. Martin has been caught by every single piece of utility, but Elite has stopped them at the door. He's denied them getting their opener. 3 players at the back side already for the side of KC. They have got the read spot on. And we're clearing them out from this spot. Shouldn't be easy at all. In fact, Sociable's already dropped.
30 seconds left.
They're going to commit. Maybe not knowing how many players are still here. 20 seconds. Their chance to go elsewhere fading quickly. But the flank coming through. The longer this time goes down, the less likely they're going to have any chance. 14 seconds. They need to go. And on the way in, it's a frenzy of kills in favor of KC. A 3-piece pickup and another round for the defensive side, dealing pretty easily with 4 players left alive. With that full buy from BBL, with the economy now left in the trash, this is going to be at least a streak of rounds for KC, unless there's a crazy eco about to come through. And the game is right back on.
Yeah, no, I want to give credit where it's due as well. I said that I don't think that within this team, even that we've seen the best of what Elite has to offer. But so far in this map, he's been fantastic. Like, having some real impact on the attack in the few rounds that they managed to win. But defensively as well, like this round was all him. He managed to deny Martin being picked off, got the opener, retreated back with, I think, taking basically no damage, ended the round with a 3K, and definitely make that one a lot tougher for them to get in with. And I think that's going to be integral, that the value of that Sentinel being shown, and it allows this KC side to bolster up other portions of the map, which is what they're doing right now with 3 players sat around A.
All missiles away.
Well, although the salvos are forced in a fight, it's not getting the reaction they expected. Martin just goes walking forward, confident in taking the fight. The Outlaw picks off one. Door broken open. Players spotted towards this B site. Deep flash thrown through as well, but it's all a ruse. It's all a fake Magnum. A lamb to the slaughter here. He'll be spotted by the knife. He'll be seen going into the corner, and he'll be taken out by Martin. But it's left Sugetsu alone on the other side of the map, and the shots don't land. He's picked off. That rifle potentially retrieved. They don't want to go up too aggressive, especially with the info coming in on the other side. So the rifle remains on the floor.
Yeah, it makes this so much harder to hold on to. Profek's sneaky position has also been revealed, and they look to try and clear him from that spot. They're going to try and escape back out of there, and he will, but at the cost of 11. Probably not worth the trade. Nice flick at least onto Martin, but it was very quick response from KC. Looking much better as a unit so far on this defensive side, and as you mentioned, the difference now down to just 3 rounds. BBL need to find an answer.
Yeah, that's it. The win's in their opponent's cells. It's time to knuckle up. 20 seconds until those barriers go up, and it's been a good performance across the board. No slackers on BBL. But as these rounds start to count up in the opposite direction, as their economy comes into play here, the rifles across the board for that attacking side, we've seen them have successful push and pull. That B fake worked perfectly. Magnum, the only one there. It was a deep flash coming in from Yumpy. And it worked. Here we go. The Vision Strikers in play. Great flash. And Martin and Elite. They've picked up a double in mid. The TP up top was disastrous. And every member of BBL falls in record time. You talked about that pistol being one of the fastest you've seen. Well, that buy round there has got to be up for contention in that department. 2 rounds in it. And what an important one to win as well.
Yeah, those are the sort of rounds you look at and go, okay, that's what I expected to see from the triple initiator on the defensive side. But this time, you see the value of that Sova KO combo alongside the aggression of Martin, who, as mentioned, I think he was, what, 4 and 9 over on the attack. Definitely came back a little bit when it came to the first half. But now we're starting to see what the Jet can do when given more of the setup, given the opportunities to actually thrive. He started to really look like a threat to this BBL on their map choice.
Without a doubt. That Outlaw, oh, it's striking fear into the heart of Sociable. Light shields. And I think a couple of them might be in that same boat. And double barrel operator's a scary thing. Sociable takes it to short, but Static, well, he might be just as scary. He spotted him. Oh, Sociable! Oh. The barrel baited Martin into swinging wide, and he's got a double pickup of all the rounds to step up in. And now the A site feels weak. They start to rotate in that direction, leaving just Aves. He's had a tough game so far. He's got 4 kills, and that flash ain't helping him. What a shot by 11, and the B side has fallen. Unbelievable. Of all the rounds for BBL to not just win, but look phenomenal in, of course it would be this one.
But I'll be honest, even though obviously from his perspective he's blind, us being able to see through the blind, I still don't know where Levin killed him from, because it looked like he flew across the screen and then that was it. It was just like you were dead while he was dashing. So not sure about that one. This is always the issue though when you play up against BBL, is they can come in with strategy setups, decent ideas, but then you just look to someone like Sociable and go, yeah, there's just a chance he just kills everyone. Like this guy coming in now, I think 29 years of age, obviously was 28 when he joined the league at the beginning of the year, and yeah, I don't know where he's been. I don't know if he's been powering up the entire time, but he truly has some of the best aim you're ever going to see in Valorant. And, well, you've just witnessed why in this round, taking out both Martin and Sadak like it was absolutely nothing.
A phenomenal performance. And a timeout called by Ang over on KC. 1 round loss is enough to get him to call that timeout. 1 round where they had some mixed buy as well, but considering what they were up against, I think I can definitely understand it. 11-8 now. Economy pretty decent with upgrades. It looks like they're going to just play with that stinger even on Yumpy. You're seeing it on your screen. They've got credits to fall back on. Why not try to take another bite out of that KC side's chances? 30 seconds until this timeout ends. Despite a couple resurgences. 3 rounds in a row to close out half 1. 4 rounds in a row just now from KC. They're still trailing by a decent amount.
Yeah, and that also just puts a bump in the road. Like when you've been climbing back into a match, you win 4 rounds in a row, you even have that explosive mid-take versus their buy, and you go, okay, we're in this game now, and then you lose a round just because Sociable pop 2 heads. Like that's got to be infuriating. Like everything that you sort of were building towards has just had that slight spanner in the works. And it doesn't change the fact that, yeah, in the second half, they look by far the better team, but it does change the sort of scope of where they're at. 2 rounds needed for BBL to get the job done, whereas they're needing now 5 in a row if they want to close things out in regulation.
Oh, Martin's under pressure. Manages to make it into Pizza, has backup. They're going to try to force the issue. Drone comes out, and a second player ready to swing in from Market as soon as contact is had. That is the downfall, almost using Martin as a bait. A worm on a hook, and hook, line, and sinker were BBL in that play.
Last player standing.
The mid-fight for Profek, a position he's been in plenty of times before, and the spam through the smoke enough to deal with them. That is one hell of a round from KC.
Yeah, I think it's another case, though, of BBL just tunnel visioning. I think we saw it earlier in the first half where they get a reveal on a player close to bench, and they're just like, oh, we have to kill that guy. And so they go running out into the open to fight. And it's the same again here. It's like, yeah, you know Martin is there. You have an absurd amount of utility that you could throw at it, which they did. But then when they don't get that instant, like, satisfaction, they go, okay, now we're just going to wide swing him. And it's like they just didn't seem ready for there to be anybody else there, which if somebody is that deep in mid, I feel like you have to have that read. Aggressive response, and already Yumpy is down in the dirt. There isn't actually anybody else particularly close to trade that. I guess he was trying to maybe sell a ruse off the back of it. The spike's still down on the ground as well, so although they've taken back B control, they're not going to be able to get it there because the From the Shadows was used to get into that position in the first place.
Well, fully taken. It's going to be that B side. Magnum's lurk around mid, finds a lot of value, but he's trapped in the corner. He needs something to get out. He needs something to help him fight. Maybe not. He's done a ton of damage as well. Aves is on 33 HP. He wins the fight, but at what cost? The ult sent through to spawn, hoping to force another fight, but no one comes running. Everyone's towards market. Now just a wrap around inside of main. And decent chance, but look at the HP. So low on both Elite and Sugetsu. But no one's looking at Sugetsu for now. He has a gap. He has the timing. He had at least 11 turned to face him just as he rounded that corner, realizing the timing, evidently a ticking clock in his head, and 12-9 as a result. 3 chances to close this out. That means KC gonna have to go on a streak if they want to keep their dreams of winning Ascent alive.
I feel like looking at the scoreboard right now is so misleading when you see Magnum 4th on the board for his team. I think every single one of his kills has just been so absurdly impactful. Like, if you allowed KC to go for a full retake 5 versus 4, I'd probably bet on them winning it. But not only does he get 2 kills, you sort of mentioned it, there were low HP players on the other side as well, just for how much he was able to do. It really is ridiculous. And well, it seems like, at least in the early round, they're trying to bait some of those rotations, immediately taking mid control, breaking that trip. And because of that, doubts have to be cast into the mind of the KC players.
Yeah, of course. Valuable breakage early on. Good map control on the back. And maybe we'll see KC adjust with some aggression. Oh my goodness, Profek. He went crazy. He's just walked up and taken the fight there. They're toying with the idea of peeking, of checking if someone's there. And he just goes peekaboo around the corner. A clean pick as well, getting out relatively unscathed. And at this point, then you look at mid. Smoke goes down. Trap's not there, so players constantly worried about it or a gap to be exploited. And those players step up. They put the hunt through. They tell them that they're gearing up for a B hit, and that's the rotation coming in. Martine's now left alone. The drone actually comes in a little early before that rotation had fully bloomed. So Sadic's still going to be on site, but just a 1-for-1 trade. The op needs to step up, needs to be big. Win and get out at a minimum. The Blade Storm popped, but there's no fight to be had. 4v3 post plant.
Oh, nice shock dart at least. Prophet will be tagged low. Make things a little bit more troublesome. Martine waiting for the door to be open and immediately takes the head off Levin. Needs to clear the close corner, and it's Magnum again. Just looking to hold the line. I said that Profek always has a round. We've been waiting for it the entire game, and it looks like it came right at the end of it. A 3K to close things out, and definitely a little bit closer towards the end than we were expecting. But BBL do get the job done on their own map choice.
That they do. Haven now what KC will have to fall back on to take this series all the way. And look, I think there's a good chance. We talked about it earlier. We spoke about Haven. It's a very successful map for KC, somewhere that they've managed to win 4 times in a row during the phase 1 of this qualifier. They were lighting it up, dropping 9 rounds to Koi, 7 to Navi, and 7 to Foot. So if they were to have a chance, it is on the next. Yeah. And a hell of a fight there on Ascent as well from them. Considering they were 7-1 down, Tom, for it to be this close of a scoreline, I think we get to see there how tight of a game this could have been had we not have had that streak in the start. It could have been 25-23, Tom.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely could have been. I think as well, Aves going into the next map, I expect to see a lot more. And I think that's the only thing that worries me a little is, obviously, I think he'll be able to reset. But when you have such a poor performance and then you go into a map where your job is to play Phoenix, it just, you need to be on point. So I'm a little bit worried that we haven't seen the individual brilliance from him, but I do also think that it's much more likely now he's in a more explosive role, not playing that Sova anymore, that we do get to see the best of him going into the next map.
Yeah, exactly. Exciting times as we look towards how this series is going to end. I'm still holding out hope that Pearl's around the corner, and KC certainly gave me that hope, especially in that second half, finding their 4 rounds in a row, some rounds being so desperately tight. But Yumpy starting this one out with so many 3Ks. I feel like they just had to make the read. Don't go near the guy. 1v3s, he can't win, but if he's got buddies alive, if we're pushing him, it's a different story altogether. The adjustment was made. Casey looked better, but a little bit too late to get into the game. And now, well, all that's left is to wait for the next map. Next up will be Haven, and that will be coming to us after the break. Hello everybody and welcome back. BBL 1-0 up against KC as we exit map number 1, but now we're going to KC's map pick of Haven, and it could be anyone's game. Tom, look, the scoreline, I guess we came in expecting BBL to win. They did win, but what a start they had, setting us up though for a resurgence from KC. It could have been a much tighter game without those hero plays to start out the map, and now going into the next, I think it's pretty easy to have faith in KC coming into Haven.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think not only do you now get Aves playing that more explosive Phoenix, as sort of mentioned before, but I also think you start looking through the stats, you realize how good Martin is when playing the Yoru on this map. Like being able to get into sort of cheeky off-angle aggressive positions, he is fantastically good at it. And as said, like when it comes to his jet, I think he's pretty decent. When it comes to his Yoru, I think he's one of the best. So I'm very excited to see them sort of play this map in all its glory, the slight adaptations from what we've seen from other teams, and bringing in an agent that ultimately most people don't look to play, well, not only on this map but at all.
That is fair to say. Now I'm looking at BBL, I'm looking at Haven.
They've reverted.
And I don't see the ISO. Yeah, there's a little bit of a change up. No Yoru either. This is a different approach. And, you know, in a way, kind of surprising, Tom, because up against Team Liquid, it was a damn close game. It boasted a good attack. And I think, sure, there was some learnings there on the defensive side. But I guess also just going back to comfort, where previously we've seen BBL stomp Team Liquid, stomp Gentlemates, and have an incredibly tight game against Foot. So, although, yes, recently their other comp wasn't terrible, I think it does make sense, again, to return to that comfort zone and maybe throw off some of the prep that KC have done.
Yeah, I think that ultimately when it comes to this map, KC are very focused on their own game when running this double duelist explosive flash comp. Like, they're going to do what they do anyway. But I also think that you trying to match them in the double duelist realm, it almost feels pointless. Like, are you going to out Yoru Martin with Sociable? I don't think so. So I think it makes more sense to go back to more comfort picks. I think Sociable on Sova had some of the greatest performances we've seen on this map overall. So I think this makes sense, and maybe it was just in that sort of opportunity to make it to Toronto. They tried to throw them off, tried to come in with a game plan. It didn't work. The game plan was what everybody else is doing, and now they've decided, you know what? We like having Yumpy on the breach, being able to dictate the pace. We like having Levin on his comfort pick. And okay, maybe we don't get as explosive nature in the agent that's being played by Sociable, but he's still going to put up numbers on Sova anyway.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. We can't come in questioning, I suppose, the individuals on either team. But as you said, Aves moving on to somewhere that he should have that little bit more impact, a little bit more of something to say about a lot of these fights, because he did have a tough time when it came to Ascent on both sides of the coin. Felt like he was being shut down, but enabling him now on that Phoenix, we'll see how it changes what we get on the server, because the reality is for BBL, this could be a 2-0 if there's some weaknesses coming through from KC, if that double duelist isn't hitting, and if, most importantly, they've done the prep for this, because it's something that, you know, we very much all expect to see KC rolling out, so it shouldn't come as any form of surprise. And now we get to put to the test whatever they've thought of as the way to counter. Immediately, Paranoia sent through, reveal as well. A gorgeous shutdown of the initial aggression in Garage, and you can tell BBL were very ready for that play.
Hey, you see a Phoenix? I said it before we even saw the map at the beginning of the day. I said the word garage. It's just where that agent really thrives. It's the best spot on the map because you can flash around the door. Magnum isn't audacious to be in as the Cypher on the team, but somehow he's still going to get out of there. Will he get out of there alive? He's going for the knife! No! He can't start off like that!
A flawless with a knife kill? I mean,
it wasn't even like a surprise either.
No.
Like, they knew where he was.
That was a samurai charge right there. He let him know and ran it down anyways. My goodness. Okay. Well, that's one way to kick it off indeed. You've got to be a bit A bit upset with how that went from KC, not only being red in the first play, the perfect reactions, the paranoia alongside the reveal in Garage that completely destroyed Aves, but then the way it ends, oh, Levin, you're in trouble. Perhaps not. I spoke too soon. Sugetsu is the one to be left in the dirt. Yumpy knows there's someone in that corner, and he ain't letting them out without a serious fight. And as they wait for Yumpy to swing, that's when Magnum takes his moment to strike. A beautiful display from BBL. Back-to-back flawless rounds.
Yeah, Yumpy's been really hitting today. Like I think he's had some like solid performances when it comes to this squad, but obviously has a lot more to do in terms of the vibes, the micromanagement, like especially with the, sort of the loose cannons they have on this team. I think that he probably has to calm a lot more than you might think. But today it just seems like he's chilling. I think was probably the best player, especially when it came to the defensive side for BBL in the last map, and already kicking things off with a triple in this round, keeping everything alive in terms of the economy. This is not the start we wanted to see from the side of KC, but this is likely where we'll see some sort of response. They do come in with the rifles now.
Well, you'd hope so. Chance to step it up and put a round on the board. Presence towards Garage shown. Rotation coming in from Omen again, ready to make this blitz play, ready to make that reaction, stun, paranoia, and they see nothing. This is all a bait from KC. Spike is there. And in fact, Spike is spamming and taking down Magnum. That's a hell of a fight for Sadek. And the idea here was to get the aggression out on A, but they're just picking off the players in Garage.
Yeah, now that they've found two players towards this part of the map, you almost have to feel like they're going to pull back in the other direction at this stage. It doesn't seem to make sense to continue in towards A. The players on long are so still that it's almost making me nervous, but I have seen Sugetsu at least move his crosshair a little bit, and now they are going to come back towards this A side. Now this is where two players still currently sit. I'm expecting maybe a flash, but no, it's going to be the dry peak. No more shots to be had, and while Sociable is all that remains, he's got an awful lot to do, but dropping the spike might be the real game changer here. He won't get anything instead.
Spike planted.
Yeah, just one. Just Yumpy. Rifle in hand, and a chance to save this even. That is a Phantom that he's working with, so he has a choice. Damage seems to be the preferred port of call. The crossfire is wonderful. There was another player under hell, though, ready to swing, even if he somehow hit the first two. And so 2-1 we go. A nice response by KC, a relatively clean round, a money maker as they've got some cash left in the bank. But this is where BBL full buy. This is where Levin takes out the operator, and on some maps, you won't even see the op from him that much. A man who can have a lot of value with the rifle. But on Haven, it seems like a must pick when you've got the extra cash.
Well, there is that response at least. KC onto the board early. And it was a good response, because I think it has become a huge part of the gameplay for BBL. There's like, okay, Aves is going to want to play around this Garage spot. They've got the double flashes, which are perfect for taking this position. Let's stack it up. And last round, they just waited. They were very patient in that response. And now the pressure's coming in again. Flash doesn't catch onto Profek, and that's enough for him to pounce. A stun even comes in afterwards, but maybe getting a little bit greedy. Wanted a bit more, but has done the work necessary. Now the danger, well, really isn't getting any better. Some fake shots fired by Magnum as it's Yumpy to hit.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe Profek did get a little too eager, but if anything, that got the players out of the woodwork on C-Long. 4 versus 2 now. Barely anything left to play with. No chance for Sugetsu to go TP into A and make a crazy play. He's miles away from the ulti. They're going right into the stacked up site. And the second player's been spotted. Magnum saw the rifle. They're ready to pounce on him from behind. Sociable just dropping down window and taking this one easily. And again, we saw this on the first map as well. It was one round, the third round, going to KC, and immediately BBL fought back with convincing wins, putting them, I think, 7-1 or 8-1 up. 7-1 up it was. And now, well, we're in danger of having the same story play out. The one saving grace is that that second round, or third round, pardon me, was not as deadly to the economy, not as detrimental as it could have been, with just, I think, only one player dying. So they've got a decent buy here. But a loss on this is another strong start for BBL. Look at the aggression from Sociable. It takes them a while to realize he's there. Martin TP'd past him. And in fact, that could be the downfall of Levin.
Yeah, they didn't realize how much ground they'd actually lost. Now Yumpy's looking to try and recover. Aftershock thrown in onto the player, utilizing a drone, and while the swing is coming, Profit through the smoke has taken down Avis. I genuinely feel like this man might be cursed. Like, the amount of shots that are connecting onto him in just the most awful positions, he's really not having the day to remember. Especially one that could take them through to that upper bracket match, give them 2 opportunities in best of 5s to make it to EWC, to fight for that portion of 1.25 million. But Martin, on the other hand, is still looking strong. Finally, he will meet his match in Magnum, but his teammates are very quick to find a response.
That they are. A 3-2. A much needed round on the other side, but they're not out of the woods just yet. The economy of both teams allowing for those purchases. Ults coming online across the board. But it's Aves that I look to. He's got himself the run it back. And how dangerous he can be in this round cannot be understated. I'm curious to even see if BBL decide to play that bit more passive. Like, usually they've had this response around Garage. They've been ready to swing through with a paranoia, a stun. This time they're leaving that space practically open. Just a much more passive hold from your Cypher, and I think that's almost just a direct response to the fact that this man is likely to run it down in this very position. Doesn't need to. Yorwald's cleared it. That could be a big mistake, though. They haven't seen Magnum. Oh, the shots don't land. Now he's in trouble. Now he's surrounded. Hat off the head, though, for the info. The spam, not quite there. He could get another onto Sugetsu, but he's just hiding. He's biding the time, allowing the players on site to fight.
Yeah, and already, just look at the position of the spike. It's about as horrific as it can get. It doesn't even matter. Well, I mentioned in the last map that Profek always seems to have some crazy rounds. He's already had a couple in this map. In fact, I think most of his kills, I think all of them but one, has come in 2 rounds. And those are 2 rounds that he has pretty much cemented for his team.
Yeah, I mean, that was just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous play. You see these like pieces of aggression at times where, like, I think Profek probably is one of the more guilty members, but he's also supposed to be playing that little bit more aggressive at times, where he'll get 2 and then go for a little more. Magnum there, he gets his first and he just tucks in. He says, I'm not giving you anything. I'm not letting you push through into spawn.
I put Profek in the middle of this team.
Yeah,
I would say Yumpy... Yeah, not of all players. But Yumpy, I would say, is probably the smartest with the battles he takes.
Yeah.
Then Magnum, then Profek, then Sociable, then Levin. Levin is just mental. And at times, and we literally seen Sociable in this game just run down long. And Sova. So, like, Profek in this team is actually balanced, which is crazy when you look at how he plays.
No, 100%, yeah. It's a hyper-aggressive team. Hell, you don't get a team like that with this roster. Or rather, I guess, reverse engineering, you don't get a team playing triple initiator, no senti, without having that element of hyper-aggression to your roster in general. But Magnum, man, like, he's so smart there. He just tucks in. He just lets them... whoop. Oh, okay. They got there in the end, but it ends up costing 1.
Yeah, Levin just tucked in as well. Just
he's like, I'm dead. Yeah, a deer in headlights, very much so. Profek's got another triple, though, so don't worry. Everything's under control.
Yeah, and they've already spotted where Elite is. His lurks have not been finding the space that they were hoping for. May be able to retrieve the spike. It's in an open enough position, though, that that's going to be difficult, and I think he knows it. He wants to try and find some sort of individual battle. If he gets a single kill, that's all. So he might be able to reveal the rest, but I don't think they'll give him that. They do eventually, and well, it's an upgrade. A 2K, a 3K, and now a 4K for Profek. There's only one more to go. 10 to 3 as well. He has been fantastic.
Oh, man. It is an impeccable start for BBL. A couple of good rounds. The last one, I'm still kind of trying to figure out what happened to 11 once he got flashed. Like, did his keyboard disconnect? He just stood up there. It was like, they'll shoot at me, trade me.
Protect me.
Yeah, out in the middle of top B. Save me. I'm not sure what was going through his head there, but it worked out. They got their picks. They got their trades.
If he can't see them, they can't see him. That's how it works.
I'm not sure that's true, to be honest. But I think he's starting to doubt that theory as well.
He stood there going, "I'm completely invisible." Like the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, he learned the hard way that they had eyes on. And they've learned the hard way to clear that little close corner after Profek picked off 2 in the last garage push. It's just full spammed at the start of this round.
I still have to be careful. It's not quite the same setup, but there are still multiple players there. Paranoia has been sent through, but this is all a ruse. They're running their way back towards this A site. And with Run It back online, well, there it goes. It's only going to be utilized to take out a trip. Sociable is still there above Hunter's Fury, and he just spammed through. He's managed to take out Martine just on a timing. Rolling Thunder now being utilized to deny anything more in terms of the plant, and this is just falling apart. The quick reactions of BBL are decimating the remaining players. They don't even get a chance to fight in this round. They have been destroyed.
No one's even low, man. Like, you know, there's no one that a body shot would take out. This was a flawless round in every sense of the word from BBL. You know, Martine gets terribly unlucky, I have to say. And he's the only player that's really been stepping up in those tighter engagements. He's got 6 kills. His team has 8. Except, well, excluding him, obviously. My math isn't that bad. This is a remarkable performance from BBL. And again, we talked about this, like, what if they're ready for the Phoenix? And there's a lot of it that he can punish poor positioning. He can be an agent that gets a lot of value on certain parts of the map. But if you're not playing those parts of the map, and in fact, if you're looking to punish him when he takes that control, it's a different story. And here we go. Opening pick from the Sheriff, rifle on the floor, and pushing against a low buy like this.
Yeah,
it's already had its downsides.
Yeah, it's not the sort of round where you expect to see that. And I wonder if this is just Levin maybe realizing his teammates have been having all the fun, and it's Social about to take the exact same fight. He is, but this time there's a stun. Even still, though, Sugetsu incredibly quick on the trade, and that one gun has now quickly been upgraded to 2. So they're going to be coming in with rifles after what was a pretty detrimental start. Rotation will have been seen. They know because of that neural theft that there is at least a player rotating in, and while Profek has been caught trying to be cheeky, that's pretty much the story of this round. Patience from Carmine Court. And well, over-aggression from BBL.
Well, that's exactly it. Mistakes have been made. Big swing. And it's good for the pistols. Again, now upgraded for the most part. Or across the board, even. Magnum has to give away his position in pursuit of that space behind. 1v3 from how this round started. Not with the picks, but just from barriers up. That's, I think, sort of underlining the point that we made earlier, Tom, about this is a team that certainly some pieces of the puzzle, they play like lunatics. They play hyper aggressive. And this time, at least, it wasn't needed.
Yeah, I like the reposition at the end from Elite after realizing where Magnum was, just takes that heaven control. And a thrifty round. And a lot of it, you kind of see what I mean with Levin currently at the bottom of the board. It does feel like there was almost a need to try and flex with how things have been going. And it just doesn't pay off. Not really necessary in rounds like this to be overly aggressive. But that's been the interesting point, is you look at the composition from the side of KC. It's explosive, it's aggressive, it should work great on this attack side. 2 of the 3 rounds they've won have been sitting passive. Like, think of the round where they sat outside door just waiting for their opponents to face them. And then this round was just, again, patience towards outside 8. It has been the slow rounds that have worked really well for the side of KC. And it's been the rounds where they try and be explosive that have only played into their opponent's hands.
Well, sitting back this time, again, no small part thanks to this sniper we're seeing in play. The op about to ring out as Aves falls.
Oh.
But so too does Levin. A quick trade from Martin. The decoy respected by Profek before players about to blitz through. A Phoenix flash here could end him, but Phoenix is already gone. He's being deleted, and a heavy price to pay. Where was that? The other kill was a player trying to emerge from the smoke, I guess.
Yeah.
Elite does a remarkable job to take both down. And they're going to make their way through, trying to cut the rotate as Sociable.
Timing.
This fight is everything.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
it's an opportunity. Sociable even somewhat expects it, but doesn't manage to land the shots. It's Sadak to find the kill. And now in a 2 versus 1 position, this crossfire should be incredibly hard to break down. You can see that Yumpy is taken maybe a bit of an unorthodox route at this. Jumping out of heaven should be incredibly difficult, but he's expecting somebody to be in this close corner. It's a fantastic read, and then works out roughly where Sadak is going to be, but the IGL of KC will do enough. A 4th round onto the board. A real chance now to bring this back to an even half after what was pretty much decimation for the first 8 rounds.
I mean, that's it. Again, you talk about the first map, Tom, and it's the same sort of story. I feel like at a certain point after winning these rounds, we just see this overconfidence start to take a hold of the players. The punishment has been there. This time through the fire. Levin takes down Aves, and they keep going. The aggression outside garage. Caught. Profek. He's on top of another box. How many times have they seen this? And they've punished it almost every time, but this is a little different. The wrap around from KC, the movement towards C, where another push seemed to be coming in. Yumpy has luckily tempered that aggression. It was just spotting for now.
Cutting through.
He's got to be careful. Doesn't really have much support. And while Dimensional Drift is going to completely give the game away, he's basically just accepted his fate, I think, with Martin already managing to get behind him. And Sociable, he knows where his opponent currently lies, but there's not really anything he can do about it. Hunter's Fury's going to be committed. In a 4 versus 2 scenario, that is not what I expected to see.
With 1 round left to go after. Hell, even keeping it for the opening duel might have been nice, but they want to give themselves a chance here. Not letting go with the 8-4 half that seemed very possible. Now look at this high-low. 3 players in the fight. Oh, Profek's got 2. It's winnable for Sociable. Sugetsu tagged up earlier, but he's looking the wrong way. Oh, they've managed to bring that back to a 1v1 that was very favorable indeed. A nice attempt. But in the end, it falls flat, and this convincing start, this 6-2 scoreline, it could be 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, it's another one where you kind of look at it and go, okay, decisions were made in those rounds from BBL that maybe I don't necessarily agree with. But somehow they've made it down to, an advantageous 1v1 that this time Sociable didn't win. Again, though, that climb back. 3 rounds in a row for the attack side of KC.
Deploying drone.
Already spotting out one, but they look to try and just challenge Levin. Okay, maybe they've been quite good at trading him out, but when it comes to straight 1v1 duels, that's still where I expect him to win those battles. The walk up has got to be careful. Sociable already in position. Stun coming through. But no one really plays off. In fact, Sociable playing a completely unorthodox angle. Who's going to be expecting that? That's 2 kills for him. That gives them a 2-man advantage. But as we've seen so many times, BBL have been known to overextend.
There's been plenty of mistakes.
Last player standing.
But not this time. Sugetsu put to bed immediately. And the lead has it all to do. 45 seconds, spike in his hands, but he's running into a fair few opponents. This one should be done. It should be done. And thankfully, it is 7-5. After a very convincing start, though, this one has come back into the realms of possibility for KC. Welcome back, folks. 7-5. BBL with a convincing start to this map, but it did come back into a pretty close affair towards the end of the half. Now the pistol seeing aggression coming out from that defensive side. KC already pushed all the way down C. Magnum has a lot of players coming around that corner. You might have expected 1 or 2, but 3 is a bit too many. Quick TP though, and it looks like KC are almost ready for this A hit, but a retake likely to be put into play.
Oh, Yumpy. Oh, I had an opportunity. But now making that deficit just a little bit more. Paranoia still in hand. Few shock darts in play as well. Sociable might just try and do some chip damage, but has to be careful not to be caught with weaponry in hand. Already, there goes the Paranoia. Utility being thrown in behind in an attempt to try and reveal, and while the bodyguard on the door is going to attempt it to be Sociable, he's done a lot of damage and now brought it down to the 1 versus 1 as Prophet will take it home. A 3 versus 5 in the pistol round, and I don't know how they've got away with that one.
A little bit of ridiculousness, and they've taken it across the line. BBL, you know, all year long we've been talking about their pistol win rate and how strong it is. In this series, it has given them a leg up against KC. And this map especially, it was 7-5. That comes off the back of the pistol and follow up in the first, making the difference. And now, well, here we are again. The lead looking to be extended on 9-5. The probable scoreline. Take a look at Garage, though. Just outside of B, there are 3 players. The 4th on the C site. For now, BBL seem to be taking this slow. Playing the orbs, looking for a bit of control. Sociable only has a classic. Light Shield classic buy is, you know, It might be one of the first, honestly. You see a lot of...
he's just selling a fake. I think he's literally just...
Oh, he's not sold it very well.
No, not yet. And he never will because there's no one else here. But the thing is, this is the double-edged sword of it. He can sell the fake, but he's seen no one. So I wonder how long it takes before they eventually just go back. It doesn't seem like they're going to.
They're going back. They're going back. It's okay. It's okay. The read is made just in time. And look at that. 4 players come swinging around sewers. And 5 seconds, 3 seconds, maybe even 2 seconds earlier, they've got a fight in their hands. And instead, Sociable has made that read. Fair play to him. Because that drone going in, seeing nothing. If he doesn't call that immediately to them, like, I think it's clear. If the spidey senses don't start a tingling, that could have been disastrous. But now they've got a long-range fight against Classics. It should be it looks like the hard work is done. Okay, thank God the stun went that way. I don't think we need to peek.
Managing to get at least one. They got to be careful with the rifles in hand. That's the major issue. What could be lost on the other side? And Elite's going to try and make this one costly, but I don't think Magnum's going to be taking this game of chicken. Doesn't have any need to face this. And while the Classic that you mentioned has now been upgraded to the SMG of a teammate, it could have gone very badly wrong for BBL, but they make it look quite comfortable in the end.
Could have went wrong, but it didn't. And that's all you need to know. For now, 9-5. And one step closer to closing this series out 2-0. Will we ever see a map 3? It doesn't look likely. But for KC, that's their choice. That's very astute observation from you, Tom. Very good, very well played. Of course, BO5s, or a BO5 will be in play tomorrow. For now, this round will decide the fate of the map. Double digits for BBL could be and should be a death sentence for KC in this series. The lower bracket run could commence. Something they avoided in phase 1 of the qualifier, but it's an uphill battle to avoid it here.
Already.
Camera taken out.
Information is had. Elite under some pressure, stunned up. I think he's just been hit by a paranoia as well, but they haven't been able to capitalize onto him. They left him blind, but they haven't managed to clear him just yet. They're clearing everyone else, and he's run out of bullets. He just goes straight into a reload. Luckily, well, I guess he works out as the perfect distraction. A man with no bullets jumping through the air. Aves, he's clueless. He has no idea that Levin's in this corner. It really has been a nightmare day for Aves, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. Normally, the defensive side is where we see this KC side thrive. They're not off to a great start.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. I'm not sure how many teams would think that half the rounds of your opposition, with no real hope of the tides turning anytime soon, is a positive. But I'll tell you, I don't think the KC do. That's for certain. And at this point, you have to look at the next round and wonder, like, where are you going to take it economically? You just saved a rifle. That's going to be brought through by Martin. Where else can you find hope? It's a mixed bag of a buy if you go for it. Saving over money for the next, probably the best idea. And recovering, allow those rifles to take the fights, recover them, and carry on the battle. It's a bleak outlook. It's probably the best case scenario for that defensive side, but if you're on the attack, that's a bit more workable. Here on the defense, you're going to have to be aggressive. And I think BBL, by the looks of their opening positions, they're waiting for that aggression. They're looking for it. I like that position from Martin, though. He's not being caught by the reveal. He's ready for anyone poking around Garage, and for a moment it looked like maybe they would poke around that area. But instead they get close. Drone, no one's watching that. No one's watching that. Okay, the drone luckily cancelled just in time, and from up in window, Yumpy's able to see the walkout. That could have been very dangerous indeed.
Martin teleporting away. They have this little trap set up just to try and catch Magnum. Getting close to the corner. maybe even aware of the potential of a flash. Instead, oh, there's the step. There's it hurt. That's a nice clear, but there's a second player ready and waiting. I think if you're on the side of KC, we're hoping that that was more of a lurk. Instead, it ends up as the full force of the squad. Elite's managed to survive, but he's stunned up again. The util that has been put in onto him has just been a nightmare. He's not been able to hold on, and while the rest of the players just don't have the guns to play with, finally, we'll see one come up for Sadak at least, but too little, too late. The trades come through. 11 onto the board. And why this timeout really feels like a last-ditch effort. 11-5 down. I'll be honest, it feels too little, too late.
It's definitely the final hope, that's for sure. A step up here or a step down, a fall down perhaps to that lower bracket is destined for this squad. And you know, you look at KC, this roster capable of so much, Tom. We talked though about Aves on the first map and expected the Phoenix to be a changing of form, but that hasn't been the case. And I don't want to look at Aves as the detractor to that scenario. I think this is BBL just acutely ready for every play. Anytime Aves tried to flash into an angle, he was immediately met by like a paranoia and stun, maybe a reveal in there as well. I mean, they were throwing everything at him. And as soon as he's dropped, you're losing a lot of that entry capability. You still have your Yoru to fall back on, sure, but BBL, they've been giving no ground to it, constantly playing that deeper hold, or, as we've seen plenty of times, getting hyper aggressive. And aggression has its risks. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For KC, the rounds they've found have been because the aggression didn't work. Once BBL fall back to a more passive play, they don't have anything to break through it by the looks of things. And I don't think that's comp specific. I think that's just how BBL are playing right now. They're having a hell of a game.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well in the last two matches of the road to EWC, the best player was Aves, and well, I don't know how Magnus managed to just walk that far up and find 2 kills. This is just looking like pandemonium at this stage, throwing everything into the wind. The ult's not even going to get to sight. He's not even made it there. He's done it from the backside of B. I think because Magnum got 2 kills through the C connector, he expected that it was a B hit. It isn't. Ult wasted. Hunter's Fury for the post plant as if it was needed. And then a 2 versus 4. There needs to be a miracle. One-way smoke onto it, just basically trying to bait out what utility they have. At the moment, at least. It doesn't seem like they're too worried, and both players being spotted. Aves has at least been able to find one, but there comes that Hunter's Fury. It's going to do a little bit of tickle damage, maybe a bit more than tickle damage. Yumpy's gone down as a sacrifice. But they won't care. 12-5 up. 3 ultimates coming in for this round. Okay for either side, but let's be real. With 5 rounds in a row, actually 6 if you include the last, it is looking done.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to agree with you there, Tom. I'm not sure.
This game technically closer than the last game?
I don't think so. Certainly not in feel here on this map.
If they get one more round, it's exactly the same.
Well, let's see. Perhaps we're rooting for an extra round for KC. Elite certainly is. He's picked up one. Hat off the head, but he's almost caught. Manages to find another. Wrap around, gets nothing. Elite stepping up to the plate when they need him most. Perfect. Oh, no! It was so close. Elite was 1 HP as well. If he gets that kill, I believe he aces it. And that was what you were saying earlier, right? He had the 1, 2, 3, and 4K. Well, that was almost the ace. Wow.
Yeah, so the Liquid Foot was 13-6, 13-9. The map 1 of this one was a 13-9. So if BBL win this round, they've just done the reverse of what Liquid did in the last series, which would be very fitting, as it would be now them going into a 4th attempt to beat Liquid. For Elite, a huge round individually, even off the back of the Bulldog. He's shown today that he looked pretty decent. As said, like when it came to I think players that were receiving the criticism and maybe not having the performances that were expected, Elite was top of the list. Unfortunately, Aves may have even been, well, I think Martin probably bottom of the list, but then I would have put Aves in that bracket, having some great performances, but today has not been one of them. Maybe it's time for him to step up to the plate. Does at least get the opener this time around.
Well, that's a start. 6 rounds in a row. We've seen stranger things happen. That is for sure. I'm looking at that walk around by Magnum. They're looking at it too. They've turned just in time. They won't find the opening. Magnum's there for it. And look at Sociable. The reaction. It's perfect. They've lined up. He didn't even see Sadek. He had no idea he was there. But he takes him down with the same shot. Oh, man. His teammate's brains on the bullet.
Spike planted.
And now it's just Martin. One of the biggest ults we've seen if this works out. And he'll get nothing. Oh, he's hoping someone comes behind him. Poor thing. They're all on long.
He's fired the dart into the air. It's going to come down in a second. I think Social was just trolling at this point. It won't even matter. It's Magnum to get the final kill. That was... there's times like that I wish we had replays. But right at the end, Social just fires his dart at the floor on a bounce and it just goes flying into the air, ready to come back down later in the round. It seems like BBL having fun while they're winning. And that isn't the end of KC. Of course, they will go into that lower bracket match, the rematch versus Foot from earlier in the tournament. But ultimately, the rematch we're going to be talking about is BBL, again, looking to face against their kryptonite. Team Liquid looking to deny them a spot at the EWC finals. It's going to be a banger. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah. Those slots in the main event up for grabs starting tomorrow with the BO5. That was an unbelievable end by BBL, though. You know, the whole time you're kind of holding your breath going, oh, this is where KC are going to come back. I saw it on the first map. I know what's going to happen, but not even
Same
close.
Same scoreline, by the way.
What's that?
That's a really weird day. We did end up with it was a 13-6, 13-9, 13-9, 13-6. It's like perfectly mirrored best of threes. And yeah.
Perfectly balanced.
A weird one.
As all series should be. You got to give credit to BBL because what they have done here is remarkable on that second map. We thought that could be the bounce back, but instead it is the falling to the lower bracket for KC and Foot. Both of those teams facing tomorrow in a best of 3. They'll then go on to the lower final, which is a best of 5, and that will determine the second team to qualify for the main event. But tomorrow, starting out, Team Liquid BBL Esports, a best of 5, and the winner qualifies to the main event. The loser goes to that lower bracket. So either way, you're at least 2 BO5s away from elimination. A good chance to show your whole hand. I don't know what's going to happen in this BBL Liquid matchup, but both teams looking so strong in the opening, it certainly spells out a spicy matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, if history is anything to go by, Liquid have got this one in the bag, but it never seems to be that simple. Whenever you get that matchup, always an exciting match and always one where you expect to see those counters, those back and forths. I think that'll be the case for both. Like, I could genuinely see us getting all 8 maps tomorrow. And there you go, our schedule. So a best of 5 to kick things off at midday CST. That will be starting with Liquid and BBL. One of those teams making it to the main event and completing the road to the EWC. The other will head into the lower bracket where they will find out who they will be facing off against, as we will cover Foot versus Carmine Core. Again, a match we've already seen in phase 1 that ended up being relatively close, and my expectations is that will be the same once again.
I would imagine so, Tom. So certainly an action-packed evening of Valorant coming up tomorrow. These teams certainly stepping up their game here today. Well, Liquid and BBL especially. And I think I don't imagine that this is the sort of realm where you're going to be changing anything going into that lower matchup, but maybe the veto is going to take it in a different direction because like that Haven, it looked like KC were very much figured out from the get-go, and if it's possible for BBL to come in that prepared, you bet your ass Foot have been watching that game and taking a couple of notes. So an interesting set of
Then again,
circumstances.
if they're going
for
to
us.
run Neon Yoru versus Phoenix Yoru, I think we're going to be having a nightmare in the game tomorrow. I want to see that. That sounds like absolute chaos, and something that I will enjoy from an entertainment perspective, maybe not from a strategy perspective, but that's okay.
Yeah, could be crashing against each other like the waves of the ocean against the rocks on the beach, but it will be a joy to watch either way. Well, what a set of games we've had today. And I guess realistically, coming into tomorrow, high expectations for that best of 5. I think we'll see the depth of both rosters on display. I think I heard there that that's all we've got time for, unless I'm mistaken. I believe we're Dunsky for the day. No map 3. Where's the map 3? Well, stay tuned tomorrow. There'll definitely be a map 3 in that BO5, as Tom so eloquently pointed out earlier. For now, though, we'll say goodbye to you. See you tomorrow.